Hey friends, before we get started, whether you're new here or you're a regular, make sure you hit that subscribe button and tap the bell so you never miss a thing. We're on our journey to 25,000, and with your help, we'll get there in no time. Thanks for all that you do. Now, on with the show. We were living in Western Massachusetts at the time, in an old house, really old, built before 1865. My bedroom had a door that led directly into my sister's room, a leftover feature from when the house was originally divided differently. One night I woke up needing to use the bathroom. It was sometime after midnight, and the house was quiet in that thick, muffled way that old houses get when everyone's asleep. I sat up, groggy, and glanced toward my sister's room, just out of habit. And that's when I saw something. There was a figure standing at the end of her bed. Still, silent. It was watching her. My first thought was fear. I figured it was a trick of the dark, or maybe I had sleep in my eyes. I didn't move. I was afraid. I just closed my eyes and rubbed them, telling myself it would be gone when I looked again. But it wasn't. When I opened my eyes again, the figure was still there. Clearer this time. I could see the outline of shoulders, the shape of a head. It definitely wasn't my sister. It wasn't anyone I recognized. Something about the way it stood. It wasn't threatening, but it wasn't right either. I stood up and said, "Hey," just loud enough to cut through the quiet. And I swear to you, it turned to look at me, and it looked surprised. Not menacing, not ghostly or even demonic, just genuinely startled. Like it didn't expect me to see it. But then it moved, quickly, silently, stepping out of view toward the hallway that led to the upstairs landing. I crossed into my sister's room, and the room was empty. Besides her, sleeping, completely undisturbed. I moved out into the hallway, half expecting that to be empty too. But it wasn't. Our dog was sitting there, just past the doorway. She wasn't barking or growling. She was staring down the hallway, ears up, head tilted the way dogs do when they're confused. She didn't move until I touched her. And just like that, it was gone. Whatever it was, it never came back. I've tried rationalizing it a dozen different ways. Sleep hallucination, shadows, a dream. But I was awake. And I've never forgotten the look on that thing's face when it realized I could see it. That wasn't a dream. That was someone or something just passing through. I'm typically a pretty rational person, grounded in logic and reason. But there's one thing that happened when I was a kid that I still can't explain, and no matter how much time passes, it keeps coming back to me. I grew up near a well-known prison island. Real dark past, thriving tourism industry built upon it. These days it's mostly ghost tours and history walks, the usual stuff. Back when I was in the 4th grade, we went there for a school camp. The place is infamous for being haunted, but even then, I rolled my eyes at that sort of thing. Old buildings creak, tour guides embellish. People see what they want to see. We were on a historical tour of the prison, moving through cell blocks that had been preserved for decades. Some of the old cells were open for us to walk into. Others were sealed shut, behind rusted iron gates. I remember the cold stone, the stale smell of rust, metal. Nothing felt haunted, just old. I lagged behind the group a bit, peering into the locked doors and That's when I saw it. Inside one of the sealed cells stood a figure, a completely black silhouette of a man. No features, no detail, just a solid shape. He was tall, wearing what looked like a top hat, and there was an orange glow where his mouth would have been, flickering slightly, like the tip of a cigar. Even as I tell you this now, I know how ridiculous it sounds. It's like a child's cartoon idea of a ghost. What would a man in a top hat, calmly smoking a cigar, be doing in a cell meant for destitute prisoners? But in the moment, all I could do was stare. And then I panicked. I ran ahead and grabbed one of my classmates, someone I knew, someone I trusted, and I drug her back to the cell. I asked her, breathless, "Do you see that?" She did. She went pale. We both did. We stood there frozen, then ran again, this time to get a teacher. But we were told to stop running around, stay with the group. And that was that. Years have passed since then. I've bumped into that same girl a few times over the years. We're not close, just occasional acquaintances. And without fail, every single time, one of us brings it up. She remembers it exactly the way I do. No embellishments, no dramatics. Just quiet certainty. I don't blame people for not believing the story, but when people try to explain it away, light tricks, a worker in costume, pareidolia, I get defensive. Because I know what I saw. It wasn't a blur. It wasn't a maybe. It was as real and solid as any person I've stood across from. The only explanation I've ever entertained is that maybe I hallucinated it, and she just humored me. But that doesn't sit right either. So I don't really have a satisfying conclusion, just a story that's followed me into adulthood, something I'll probably never be able to explain, and for sure never forget. This actually happened a few weeks ago, and I haven't stopped thinking about it since. My wife was out of town for work, so it was just me and the kids at home. That night, after a normal evening of homework and late-night cartoons, I put the kids to bed and turned in myself. I remember falling asleep quickly. The house was still and quiet, in the way that it only is when you're the only adult there to listen to every creak or groan. Sometime around 1 a.m., my son crawled into bed beside me. He does that every so often. Bad dreams, weird noises, or just one of those nights that he needs to be close. I barely stirred, just shifted to make room for him and went back to sleep. What woke me up a second time was the soft click of the bedroom door. I opened my eyes in that half-asleep state where nothing feels real, but everything is vivid. The room was dimly lit from the hallway nightlight. I saw the door slowly swing closed, and then, clear as day, a young girl walked across the end of the bed. She was wearing a red sweater, and she had shoulder-length brown hair. I didn't panic. My first thought was that it was my daughter. She sleepwalks sometimes, and it wouldn't be the first time she wandered down to our room in the middle of the night. I checked the clock, 3:02 a.m. The girl didn't say anything. She just moved across the foot of the bed and stopped at the doorway to the bathroom. I propped myself up on one elbow, watching her silhouette in the dim light. Something felt off. The stillness, the silence, the way her head stayed perfectly forward, not glancing at me or the bed. I called my daughter's name gently, not wanting to startle her if she was sleepwalking. There was no response. The girl didn't move, she just stood there. Then, without a sound, she raised her arms straight out to her sides, slowly, like someone performing a ritual or being pulled by invisible strings. Something about the movement, It sent a bolt of cold through me. I said my daughter's name again, louder this time. Nothing. That's when my son bolted upright beside me. He sat up fast, eyes wide, looking toward the bathroom door. "Is that Bella?" he whispered. Before I could respond, I jumped out of the bed and flipped on the light. No one was there. The bathroom was empty. The hallway was quiet. I rushed upstairs and opened my daughter's door. She was fast asleep, tangled in her blankets. I came back down and checked every room. Nothing. But when I stepped back into the bedroom, I felt it immediately. The tile floor where the girl had been standing was freezing cold. Not just a little, noticeably cold. Like an ice pack had been sitting on it. I stood there for a few moments, heart pounding, trying to rationalize it. There was no vent nearby. Just cold tile in a cold room. Eventually, I climbed back into bed. My son lay stiff beside me, both of us wide awake. I didn't sleep for nearly an hour, just stared at the ceiling, running it over in my mind again and again. The next morning over breakfast, I gently asked my son if he remembered waking up. He nodded. "Yeah, I saw Bella in your room. She was standing in the doorway, wearing that red sweater she wears sometimes." I didn't say anything right away, just watched him for a moment. He wasn't joking. He didn't look confused or unsure. He remembered it too. But here's the thing. My daughter, Bella, she doesn't own a red sweater. My grandmother loved her house. She didn't just live in it, she created it. Every detail from the custom woodwork to the imported wallpaper, it was her choice. She sourced antiques from around the world, filled every room with carefully chosen pieces. It was less a home and more a curated museum of her taste, her travels, her spirit. People used to say she poured her heart and soul into it. Maybe she did. When she passed, she died in that house, right in her room. While I was sleeping just one door away, I woke to the sound of her falling. The memories never fully left me. After that night, I couldn't go near that end of the house. The moment I got close to her bedroom, I'd feel strange, chilled, unwell, like the air was thicker, suffocating somehow, and I wasn't supposed to be there. My dog, who adored my grandparents and used to follow them everywhere, refused to enter the house again. We brought him once after her death, just once, and he lost it. Tried to claw his way out the front door. He was always curious, always friendly, but that day, he didn't just avoid her room, he wouldn't even step past the entryway. Years passed, and eventually I got married. Instead of buying our own place, we decided to move in together there. It didn't feel right to let it sit untouched or to sell it, but even as an adult, I couldn't bring myself to sleep in that wing of the house. We lived at the far end and locked my grandmother's rooms. I didn't step foot in there once. Anytime I got near, I'd feel the same unwell, shaky, cold feeling. It wasn't just in waking life either. After my husband moved in fully, the nightmares started. They weren't just about the house, they were about her, my grandmother. The kindest, warmest person I've ever known appeared in my dreams as someone else entirely. Not cruel exactly, but angry, cold. Her presence in the dreams filled me with dread, and the house was part of it, as if they were bound together, one and the same. Even after we left the country and the house stood empty again, the dreams continued. Always the same themes. Her room, her belongings, her face. watching me. Last year, we finally sold it. My mother was the one who packed everything up. She said she felt like she had to keep apologizing to my grandmother as she worked, talking to the empty rooms, saying sorry over and over again. Since then, the dreams have stopped. The house is gone. I feel lighter now, like whatever was there finally let go. You could say it was all in my head. Grief, childhood trauma, some psychological echo of loss. But then again, I never dreamed of my father, or my grandfather, or even my dog, all of whom I've loved and lost. Only her, only the house. When I was 18, I was heading to an after party with a couple of friends. It was around 2 a.m. It was a weird dead zone of the night where everything feels a little bit off. It's too empty. The roads being particularly empty. No cars, no people, just long stretches of nothing. We were driving through this semi-rural area, and we passed this gas station that had clearly been closed for hours. The windows were dark, the sign was off, and the place just had that shut-down tight vibe. But one single light, just one, was still glowing above the pumps, and under it, an old woman. Like, very old, easily 80s or 90s. But what really got me was what she was wearing. It looked like a Victorian nightgown, full length, pale, almost glowing in the harsh pump light. There was no jacket or purse, just her, standing there alone, barefoot, I think. She wasn't moving. She was just staring, straight ahead, not at us or the station, just out into the void. We all saw her. Everyone in the car went dead silent. No car in sight, no bus stop nearby, and no way in hell that she walked there from anywhere. We were miles from the nearest neighborhood or store. It wasn't just weird, it was wrong. We slowed down a little, not enough to stop. None of us were trying to die that night, but enough to get a good look. She didn't flinch, didn't look at us, didn't seem aware of us at all. Just this fragile, ancient-looking woman standing perfectly still under a single flickering light at a shut-down station, looking like she'd stepped out of a dream or a funeral. It was weird. The rest of the drive was whatever. We got to the party and tried to brush it off, but it stuck with us. It felt like we'd seen something we weren't supposed to see. A few hours later, we left. Same road, same route. The gas station was dark, and the woman was gone. No indication that she was ever there, other than the fact that we saw her. We even pulled in for a second just to look. No one. No shoe prints, no sign of anyone. We've never figured it out. No missing person reports, no stories in the news. Just a moment burned into our brains that none of us can explain. I don't claim to know what we saw. It could have just been some old lady, but I don't think so. Whatever she was, I don't think it's a ride that she was looking for. For legal and privacy purposes, I've obviously changed the names here, but this is a personal story of mine, and the only paranormal experience I've had to date. I'm sure the previously stated reasons for my anonymity will be forthright by the end of my story. Until then, my name is Jane, and my dead ex-husband we'll call Flynn. Before he became my dead ex, he was my living spouse who'd swept me off my feet right from the moment we met. I was a new hire at the office that we worked at, and my cubicle was next to his. Flynn was a charmer, and we were dating within the same week of my hiring. A few months later, he proposed, and I was moving the stuff out of my apartment and into his house. Flynn had been at the company longer than me, and though our workspaces were back to back, his paycheck made mine look like funny money. I didn't know this at the time, but I gotta tell ya, I didn't get too upset when I found out. He also got a raise after a year of us working together, and I could quit my job. I'd also be lying if I said that change in lifestyle was easy to get accustomed to. Sadly, it was the carefree life that I didn't want to leave, not Flynn. I'm sure he was having multiple affairs behind my back earlier in our relationship as well. He may have been better at hiding them, whatever it was. The first time I did catch him was in our second year of marriage. That killed the love for me. As much as I wanted to forgive him, as much as I told him I did, I never did in my heart. I tried, but slowly I emotionally drifted from him. In his eyes, practically pushing him into the arms of other women who showed him any kind of attention. He wasn't a man. He was a coward that refused to communicate his feelings with me, too afraid of losing his macho attitude. But I buried my heart and mourned for its death already, so I wasn't sweating it. It's true, money never filled the hole in my chest, but it did fill my closet, and I wouldn't have been able to see as much of the world as I did when I was young if it wasn't for him. And I'm still young. 46 doesn't qualify for senior discounts. I don't know if I'd ever remarry, though. Flynn's mom used to tell me if Flynn's dad died, she'd marry the pool boy. I don't think I could ever be a sugar mama. I'll consider marrying an AI bot before that. I saw a documentary where that seemed to work out for a guy until the servers went down, essentially killing his AI wife. When it rebooted, it was like that 50 First Dates movie. I've moved off track. If you don't mind, I'd like to get back to where I was. Okay, summertime. Flynn and I get back from a wedding out of state. No animals and no kids meant no responsibilities, and sometimes we'd be gone for weeks at a time, depending on our travel destination. That time, we only stayed away for 4 days. Arriving home, we opened the door and were met with the most foul of odors. Like a concert porta potty, mixed with vinegar and cherries for some reason. And for the life of us, we couldn't find what the source could have been. And I'm telling you, we searched that house with a fine-tooth comb looking for it. After opening all the windows, the smell only dissipated so much. The remaining funk had to be masked with Lysol sprays and those things that you put in your car to make it smell good. Lynn bought a bunch of those from a gas station that afternoon, and we hung them all over the house, but nothing really helped. Sometimes you think that it would start to go away, only to be hit with another invisible cloud of super yucky air, more than what the nose had already gotten used to. Going to bed that night, I got up more than once to make sure we'd locked the doors when we'd gotten home. When we laid our heads down, both of us could hear scurrying under the floorboards. Both of us thought an animal had gotten under the house and hoped that that was also where the smell was coming from. I say scurrying around, but it really sounded like bare feet running around beneath us. More of a pitter-patter rather than a scurry, if that makes sense. But the noise coming from the crawl space under us, it was less likely to assume that it was a person making that sound, even though it sure sounded like it. Flynn would call an exterminator the next morning. They were in our driveway, looking under the house for us before noon that day, but they reported no evidence of animals being down there. No nests, no fur, no leftover meals. When Flynn first purchased the house, he and his dad put up grates around the open slots leading under the porch, and to this day, they're still holding up strong. That was all well and good, but we had no resolution to the thumping noise the night before, or the stench inside, or the fact that it was even worse now. We opened up all of the doors and windows again, trying to get the air circulating. Sometime after the exterminators left, I was standing in the kitchen, and I heard Flynn say something in the hallway and then scream. He runs into the kitchen and says, "I just saw someone walk from the living room into the fireplace and disappear." He thought it was me. He even said something to it as it walked by. His hair stood up when he did a double take and realized it wasn't me, and then watched it disappear. It looked like he was going to have a heart attack. I made him sit down. His forehead was dripping sweat and his face was flushed. I didn't think that he was lying about what he saw. I didn't see it, but for the rest of the night, Flynn stayed close to me. The experience terrified him enough to follow me into the bathroom while I peed, just so he wouldn't have to be alone. Macho Flynn never acted like that. Now he was like a cat. Every little noise made him jump, sitting tensed up in the bed until he started snoring next to me, and I felt his body slowly relax. We were watching an episode of some English-dubbed South Korean soap opera that our friend had gotten us into ironically, until the wacky characters and over-the-top story became so captivating, it became unironic, and we binged every episode of every season. At this time, there were probably less than 10 minutes left on the episode we were watching when he passed out. I was going to finish it and then planned on going to sleep afterwards. I was already struggling to stay awake, slowly dozing off, trying to keep my eyes open until the credits. Our TV is next to the door in our bedroom. All of the lights are off in the house. The bedroom door was already a little bit open, but from the corner of my eye, while staring at the TV, I could see the door slowly open. Watching the bright TV in a dark room, my eyes weren't adjusting to the dark enough to see anything, not past the doorframe into the black hallway. And nothing could have made me go check how the door could have done that. Instead, I left the TV on all night, turned the volume up a bit louder, and tried to ignore the feeling that someone was standing in the doorway. To sum up the next few days, 2 big crows fly into the same second-story window, breaking their necks, landing on the patio. The thumping continues, even after Flynn goes under the house himself to check. That drove him the craziest. The smell also persisted. It became easier to ignore until you left the house and came back. Then the smell would smack you across the face, all over again. No amount of laundry or deep cleans of the rooms could lessen its punch. I'll also say that I saw a perfect handprint left in the condensation on the mirror after a shower I had, and it was smaller than my hand, and my hands are smaller than Flynn's. The mirror that we have in the bathroom is a pretty tall, oval-shaped one, and the print was at the very top, pointing upside down. I noticed it when I tilted my head up gargling mouthwash. It was too far up there for me to even wipe off with a towel. I was perplexed at its appearance. I couldn't understand how it got there. Then in the middle of the night, one night, something wakes Flynn up, and he can't get back to sleep. While he's laying awake in bed, he gets an overwhelming feeling, almost like a voice in his head urgently telling him to go check around the house, make sure the doors are locked. In an effort to alleviate the feeling, Flynn gets out of bed with the room still completely dark and walks into the hallway. Before he's able to turn on the light, he steps in a puddle of water with pieces of broken glass in it. It was invisible in the dark, and the soft bottom of his right foot gets sliced open, making him lose balance. He let out just enough of a yelp that it woke me up. I found him unconscious in the hallway. Blood was on the corner of the countertop, and it was coming from Flynn's head and foot. I called paramedics, and within 5 minutes, there's a round of knocks at the door. I rushed to let them in, scramble to unlock the deadbolt, swing the door open, and don't see any ambulance lights or paramedics. No one's there. I was still on the phone with the operator, and she told me that they were still on their way to me. I deadbolted the door again before returning to Flynn. All of the lights in the house were on at this point, and when I checked on him, his skin was turning pale blue. I sobbed into the phone, begging the operator to make the ambulance drive faster. She tried to keep me calm, but the scene was too much. It's still too much. I hate that when I see it in my head, it was the worst, most horrible, saddest thing of my life. In my marriage, it was safe to say that Flynn and I didn't love each other anymore, but we were still friends. I would have never wished his death. It all moved too quickly after the EMTs picked him up. I followed them to the hospital, just to have the doctor meet me in the lobby and tell me he was gone. They let me go in to say goodbye, and then I was pushed out of the emergency room. Gathering a deceased loved one's finances and assets to disperse amongst family was a nightmare that took over a year to settle. But right after Flynn's death, I went home, and the smell of the house was there to meet me at the door with open arms. Life as I knew it had changed, and it dulled my senses. I threw the keys on the table, and I laid on the couch, cried my eyes out for hours, thinking about Flynn. There were splotches of blood in the hallway where he had slipped. I exhausted myself trying to clean everything, but I stopped when I saw the glass that he'd stepped on. I picked up one of the larger broken shards. Flynn's blood was still able to be seen in the cracks of the embossed curves. I realized they came from a wine glass set of mine. We rarely use these wine glasses. I know nobody pulled it out to drink water that night. But aside from the blood, there was only water on the ground, like it was filled up with tap water and then dropped on the ground. Impossible to see in the dark hallway. The discovery of the wine glass sent me over the brink of insanity. For a little, I was trying to figure out how it could have gotten there. At some point, I must have fallen asleep torturing my brain with scenarios on the couch, because I woke up in the middle of the night, sitting in the same position. A loud bump pulled me from my dream, but I didn't know where it had come from. The room I'd fallen asleep in was freezing. I walked into the bedroom and couldn't bring myself to get in. I took the blankets and made my bed back out in the living room. The next morning, the back of my arms looked like a cat had clawed them while I was asleep. 10 to 15 scratches on both of my arms that stung the moment I opened my eyes. They were long, thin red lines that ran down to my elbow. I recount this next part acknowledging the groggy state I was in, but when I saw my shadow on the wall cast by the morning sun, there was a second shadow standing next to mine. It looked different than mine, and when I moved my hand, theirs stayed at their side. It stayed next to my shadow on the living room wall until I got off the couch. When I looked up again, it was only mine there. I wish the shadow that joined me that morning resembled Flynn's, but sadly, what I thought I saw scared me to the bone. The silhouette was smaller than mine, and I could see that it had long, hanging hair. Something else caught my eye that morning as well, but this time, what I saw was real. In our living room fireplace, there was a woman's running shoe. One that I'd never seen before. Red with white trim. I think it was Adidas. Something that I'd never wear. And the anger bubbled up, thinking Flynn got them for another girl. Grief and anger was a mix that I had felt often before. It felt sickening, and I got down to dig in the soot and the charred wood of the fireplace, looking for a second one. We usually kept it pretty clean when we were burning wood in it. Looking down, I could see that there was no second shoe. There were 2 logs I could easily see behind. I looked at the first shoe and held it in my hand. It was covered in thick black soot. But the fireplace itself didn't have any, except one spot on one of the logs. I quickly deduced the running shoe must have come from inside the actual chimney. As much as I didn't want to, I slowly put my head into the fireplace to look up the chute. The smell that had been plaguing the house for days was the strongest the closer I got my head to it. By the time I was under the hole, I couldn't hold my breath long enough to get a good look up. It was a narrow, rectangular gap the size of a Kleenex box. As heart-stricken as I was, I knew that I had to get the phone book and call someone to check out the chimney. I thought maybe an animal had actually crawled in there and died. When the chimney sweep got onto the roof, he nervously called down to me that there was blood all over the bricks of the chimney. I thought even more that he would find an injured raccoon or cat that had fallen, but neither the young chimney sweep nor I could have expected the decomposing body of a woman. Firefighters, ambulances, and police cars all parked in the grass of my yard while the firefighters broke the chimney apart, enough to retrieve the corpse that was lodged in there. Let's say when they checked the woman's ID, we find out her name's Lori. On top of the roof, next to the destroyed chimney, firefighters also find a bag, one that they described as looking like a kill kit, containing zip ties, duct tape, hunting knives, and an unused Kodak disposable camera. The cops tasked with going to my house for 2 days in a row with 2 different dead bodies had more than a few questions for me. I didn't know Lori, and I'd never seen her until she was being pulled from my chimney that day. Flynn, however, knew Lori very well. I felt nothing but sadness and disgust reading through the text that they'd sent back and forth. Flynn recycled the charming words he used to send me, almost word for word. The chain of messages end with Lori telling Flynn, basically, if she can't have him, nobody can. He left her on red, and that was the day before we left for the wedding. I was humiliated, sitting in a little office while these men read the intimate conversations of my deceased husband and the deceased homewrecker. Literally, it would cost me over $2,000 to get my chimney fixed. That's not the worst part about it, though. This whole situation was traumatizing on its own, but to add insult to injury, for a few months, I was suspected of murdering the woman. Police found out that she didn't die of asphyxiation. There were signs that she'd been beaten, that her throat was crushed before she went in. That was the last straw that broke the camel's back of my patience. I screamed at every cop at the precinct that day that accused me. I wasn't held in jail or detained because they knew I was right. As I walked out, they told me not to leave town, that someone would be by to continue the chat. But days went by and no one did. Later, with more DNA evidence coming in after the autopsy, they would find the actual killer. He was already behind bars, serving time for another crime that he committed the night after he killed Lori, telling the investigators outright that he'd offed her because she misled him under false pretenses, telling him that they were going to go rob a random rich person's house. But when they found out we weren't home, she didn't want to break in because the burglary wasn't the real reason she picked the house. So, he punched and strangled her on the roof of our house, bouncing her head off the brick chimney until she stopped living. Then, he picked her up and dropped her into the chimney chute. During her decomposition, her body shifted lower, and her shoe must have fallen off, it being just the right size to fall through and land in the fireplace. Any wider, and I may not have known that she was up there for months, until a skeleton fell through the fireplace. I still live in the house to this day. After the body was excavated, things settled down. I try not to think about it too much, because there's too much to think about. Some days are easier than others, but ultimately, I'm glad I got to keep my home. I've painted the living room twice since then, not because it needed it, but because I needed it. I don't know if I believe in ghosts in the traditional sense, but I do believe in things lingering. Grief, betrayal, fear. They haunt you in quieter ways that no priest or medium can banish. You just learn to live with them. like a shadow standing beside your own, silent and still, until one day, it's gone. Maybe it's there, and you just stop looking for it. I was working late one night with my research team. Nothing unusual for us. Deadlines, experiments, broken equipment, take your pick. Around 1 a.m., we realized that we were missing a key piece of gear, one that we'd left in our lab across campus. Someone had to go grab it. And lucky me, I drew the short straw. I threw on my jacket and started the walk across campus. Virginia Tech is beautiful at night, quiet, still, but I couldn't help but feel uneasy. The lab we use is in Norris Hall. If you know the name, you know why. Norris was the site of one of the deadliest school shootings in U.S. history. 32 people were murdered that day. 31 of them died in that building, on the same floor as our lab. They've remodeled since then, of course. Fresh paint, new doors, a reworked layout. But if you know, you know. The walls, don't forget. I tried to keep my head down as I unlocked the side door and slipped inside. The hallway lights always hummed, and it was cold. It had that clinical brightness that somehow makes a place feel more empty. Our lab is at the far end of the hall, tucked in the corner. I walked fast. The whole time I had this buzzing in my gut, like I wasn't alone. I told myself it was just nerves, the hour, the history. Get in, grab the equipment, get out. I just turned to leave when the door to the lab swung shut behind me, hard. At first, I figured that it was just the old building playing games, a faulty hinge, air pressure. I jiggled the handle, nothing, locked, dead stuck. And that's when the panic started to creep in. Not full-blown, but just enough to set your teeth on edge. I reached for my phone, flipped on the flashlight, and texted the group. Doors jammed. Can someone come back and let me out? Before they could respond, the lights cut out. And I mean all of them. Overhead, emergency, everything. 1 second I was standing in a sterile white lab. The next, total darkness. And that's when I felt a hand, not grabbing me or shoving, just touching. 2 fingers pressed softly against my lips. It's that unmistakable shh gesture. I felt my whole body just lock up. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't scream. I don't even remember thinking, just that cold pressure against my mouth and the overwhelming sense that I was reliving something. Like someone else had crouched in this very room, in the dark, begging the world to stay quiet. My phone buzzed. Someone from the group had arrived. I scrambled to the door again, and this time it opened without resistance. Just opened. No jam, no lock. It had never been stuck in the first place, it seemed. They found me, white as a sheet, shaking, still clutching the equipment that I'd gone to retrieve. I tried to explain, but how do you put that into words without sounding insane? I really tried to avoid Norris alone after that, especially at night. There's a part of me that still wonders what exactly happened in that moment. If something trapped me there, or if something was trying to protect me. Maybe it was one of the students. Maybe someone who didn't make it out. Maybe someone who still remembers what it was like to hide in the dark, praying for silence. Anyone willing, I'd like some advice or thoughts on what I should do about this. It's a touchy story. I'd rather not involve family or friends with it. When your best friend has a kid and they make you their godmother, you never think of fulfilling the caretaker role if the parents happen to pass away. Well, that was the duty for me and my husband, Calvin. We were tasked in upholding that responsibility at the beginning of February. We don't have children of our own, and our new addition was unexpected to say the least. Her name's Hannah. She's 6 months old. Her mom and dad, our best friends, were hit by a drunk driver leaving a comedy show. It was their first night out since Hannah was born. Tiffany and Ron. I was Tiffany's emergency contact. She and I had been best friends since before high school. Tiffany was practically my sister. She lived with my family our senior year because her home life was hard. We were babysitting Hannah the night of the accident. Since obtaining guardianship, it's been a financial strain, but not enough to sink us underwater. I guess it's enabled us to really think about how we budget our money now, and that's never a bad thing. Dare I say, Hannah's being here has forced Calvin and I to strive to become better individuals so that we can teach her the right things as she grows up, and in turn, maybe growing ourselves? No, I'm just kidding, of course. With her being only 6 months old, she's oblivious to the tragedy bestowed upon her. I don't know when's a good age to bring something like that up. It was hard to watch her look for them for the first couple of weeks, but gradually, she's warmed up to us, and I just pray that her brain isn't able to register what happened. It's a priority of mine for her to know how much her mommy and daddy loved her before God took them home. Ron, Hannah's dad, his family took care of the funeral expenses, but were understandably too old to take care of Hannah. The funeral was just that side of the family, us and Hannah. They were buried side by side, and it started to drizzle near the end of the service. We kept Hannah in her car seat and set her at our side while we stood by their caskets. As we tearfully listened to the priest, Hannah started laughing and yip-yapping in her seat. I bent over to check on her and shush her, but she looked so happy. She was clapping and reaching out, moving her head to the left and right of her car seat, like she was watching invisible butterflies. Her burst of excitement gave everyone the giggles because she just wouldn't stop. I think the priest was the only one not laughing every time Hannah would do a roller coaster pose with her arms while making her little baby squeaks. Ron's grandmother said something like, "They're with us right now." It gave me the chills when she made that comment. Looking back at Hannah with that perspective in mind, yeah, it did look like something was actively working to get her attention, something only she could see. The next day, the thought of Tiff and Ron saying their last goodbyes to their daughter really hurt my heart. I vowed out loud to them that I'd take Hannah by to visit once a week. I crossed my heart, and that very next Sunday, me and my goddaughter got dressed in our Sunday best. This time, I put Hannah in a stroller because the graveyard's located less than a mile from the house. It gave me a chance to try my hand at being a certified stroller operator. By the time we got to the gates of the graveyard, I was practically a stroller pro. I could get the thing up curbs, hairpin turns, and through gravelly areas, no problem. Getting to the graveyard was not the trouble I thought it would be. It actually gave me more faith in doing it weekly. It was in the graveyard I started to rethink it, because this time, for some reason, Hannah was not having a good time. I wasn't expecting her to put on an adorable baby show every time we went there, but when I say polar opposite reaction, I mean night and day. This time, as we got close to Tiff and Ron's grave, Hannah started to get visibly scared, crying, with her hands bunched up close, squirming, pushing her body as far back as she could get, like a snake was snapping at her. When we got to the tombstones, I pulled her out of the stroller to try to console and check to see if she was okay. She was going on enough that I started to think a bee had gotten her, or that she was laying on a toy. Pulling her out of the stroller only made her freak out more. She was desperately trying to crawl out of my hands to get away. She became so out of control, I almost dropped her. Feeling myself lose hold, I put her back in the stroller bed, and I apologized to her mom and dad, promising that she's taken care of, that she doesn't act like that. Her distressing behavior almost sent me into a full panic attack. My heartbeat was thumping in my ears, and my nose got really sweaty. Then the handles of the stroller started to shake in my hands. I didn't know if I'd done it unconsciously or if an outside force had nudged it, but I could hear the hard wheels click on the ground after it was lifted off balance. It would have tipped over if I hadn't grabbed it so firmly. I couldn't escape the uncomfortable feeling that lingered in the graveyard. I had to take us out of there. As we left, it felt like I'd stepped out from a heavier gravity. Hannah also stopped fussing the moment we left, like complete silence the whole way back. When we did get home, I reached in to pull Hannah out of the stroller, and there was a rose lying on her chest. Maybe this sounds nice, but the stem was filled with the sharpest thorns I'd ever seen on a plant. They'd gotten stuck in her blanket. I had to work carefully to take it out without poking myself. During our walk home, I checked on her multiple times. Visual contact. The rose wasn't there until we got home. Not wanting to bring the creepy flower inside, I left it in the front yard, but I should have known that Calvin would grab it. When he came home that evening, the first thing he said was, "Honey, look what I found." Making a grand entrance, he has the rose in his mouth like a flamingo dancer. When I see him smiling with it between his teeth, I know he was trying to be romantic, but I screamed, "No, Calvin, get that out of your mouth." He pulls it from his bite real quick, asking, What? And when I start to tell him why the rose is a no-no, his bottom lip begins pouring blood down his chin. He had a razor-thin cut from the thorn on the stem. It had to have been a deep cut, though, because it had bled consistently and was hard for Calvin to clot. When he was done clearing the blood out of his mouth, he told me that the rose was perfectly fine, that he'd picked it up. There were no thorns. He wasn't sure how that happened, and neither was I. It's been over a month since our visit to the graveyard. Every day I feel a little more guilty for not bringing Hannah by to visit. But, and I don't want to say this out loud to other people, but there's something bad at that graveyard. Maybe not Tiffany and Ron's plot, but maybe it's a specific spirit that's hanging around there. I don't know. I don't know what to do about my godmother obligations, taking Hannah to visit. What would you do here? Can't really ask my friends because how morbid and insensitive does this all sound? I'm asking for reals. Is this insensitive? Am I protecting Hannah or acting like a chicken? Weigh in on this because I might take an extreme alternative route. Take Hannah to a completely different graveyard in a different part of town and point to 2 different graves and say, "Yep, there's your mom and dad. Good old George and Linda." I'm not even trying to make morbid jokes, just genuinely curious. What would you do? I spent 2 summers working at an antique shop in Gettysburg. It was an old brick building just off the main drag. It kind of creaked even when nobody was moving. The town thrives off of its ghost stories, especially during tourist season, and our shop was no exception. We had more than a few customers come in just to feel the energy, especially in the back corner where the floorboards always seemed colder than the rest of the place. That's what people said. By my second summer, the owners had decided to close up and relocate. business was better online, and the new space didn't come with the maintenance issues or the rumors. It was my last week there, and one of the owners asked if I could come in on a Monday to help pack. The store was already mostly empty, shelves stripped, lights dim. There was something kind of eerie about seeing it that way, like the soul of the place had already moved. We were boxing up the last of the smaller stuff when he asked if I could grab an old framed photo from the basement. I hesitated. That basement had always creeped me out. It wasn't finished, just exposed stone, a dirt floor in parts, and piles of old furniture, mannequins, dusty mirrors stacked. Basically the set of a horror film. There was also a child-sized wicker coffin in the corner, which the owner once casually mentioned had been used for Victorian-era viewings. Supposedly, it had belonged to a local family that had donated a bunch of their heirlooms. I didn't want to seem like a wimp, so I nodded and made my way toward the basement. As I got closer to the basement door, I felt this pressure, change in the air, like a moment before a thunderclap. I put my hand on the doorknob and paused, and that's when I heard two distinct thumps echo up the stairwell, like someone was stepping heavily on the bottom step. I froze. It was probably something shifting, boxes settling, the building being old. That's what I told myself. But as I reached for the railing to start down, I heard something else, running. This was no casual footsteps, no creaking floorboards. This was fast, pounding, heavy footfalls, like someone sprinting up the stairs, straight towards me. I didn't wait to see what it was. I turned and ran. My legs were barely working. I didn't stop until I hit the front of the store, where the owner was taping a box shut. I was out of breath, borderline panicking, and when I told him what had just happened, he didn't even flinch. Just kind of smirked and said, "Oh yeah, that happens sometimes. They didn't tell you about that basement when you started?" And that was it. No explanation, no warning, just that happens sometimes. I never went back down there. Never got that frame that day. When they officially closed the shop a few days later, I didn't stick around to see what they packed last. Gettysburg is full of ghosts, sure, but the basement? That one felt personal. This happened about 4 years ago, and even now I'm not really sure how to talk about it. Some people hear this story and think it's about trauma. Some think that it's about the supernatural. I'm not really sure which camp I fall into anymore. I used to hike a lot. It was kind of my therapy. Just me, my boots, and a stretch of trail to get lost in. There's this spot about an hour outside of Eugene, Oregon. Not a national park, just a sprawl of untamed woodland, dotted with old game trails and forgotten logging roads. I liked it because I could go all day and not see another person. One morning in late summer, I headed out a little later than usual. I wasn't trying to summit or make great time. I just wanted some peace and quiet. About 2 hours in, I veered off the trail to follow what looked like a faint path through the undergrowth. I do that sometimes just to see where it leads. And that's when I smelled it. It hit me all at once. This incredibly sweet smell. Sickly sweet. Like overripe fruit rotting in the sun. At first I thought maybe it was a dead animal. Something small. But it was strong. Overpowering even. And for reasons I still don't really understand, I followed it. It's like I couldn't walk away. I pushed aside some brush and nearly stepped into the clearing before I saw him. A man, or at least what was left of one. He was slumped against the base of a tree, legs stretched out in front of him, arms slack at his sides. He was decaying, swollen, skin greenish black and mottled. Parts of him collapsed in on themselves. His face was sunken and bloated, skin taut like it might split. I won't describe more than that. You get the idea. It was the kind of sight that rearranges your insides. I backed up, heart hammering, trying to make sense of it. I scrambled for my phone, got just enough signal to call the local sheriff's office. I gave them my GPS coordinates. They told me to wait, stay put until someone arrived. So I did. And let me tell you, there's nothing quite like sitting in a dense forest in near silence, next to a decomposing corpse while the sun starts to go down. The longer I sat, the worse it got. The smell clung to the back of my throat. I started hearing things. Branches cracking, the buzz of flies, the occasional snap of movement just beyond view. I tried not to look at him, but my eyes kept drifting back. He didn't seem real. He looked like a prop from a horror film. And eventually I started to talk. I didn't even realize I was doing it at first, just mumbling under my breath. I told him I was sorry, that I didn't mean to find him, that help was coming, that he wasn't alone. When the deputies finally arrived nearly 2 hours later, I could have cried. One of them stayed with me while the others called in for backup and began the grim task of bagging the body. I gave a statement. They took down my info and I left. No one followed up beyond a quick confirmation a week later. It had been a suicide. The man had hiked out there alone, left a note in his backpack, and overdosed. Peaceful, they said. A choice. But something about it didn't feel very peaceful to me. That night, I had the first dream. I was standing in the woods again, only it was dusk, and I couldn't find the trail. Everything felt warped, like the trees were breathing and moving. The smell was there again, that same syrupy rot. And then I saw him, not the bloated corpse, but a man, lean, tired, dressed in dark clothes. His eyes were sunken, his skin looked waxy, and he spoke to me like he knew me. "You weren't supposed to find me," he said. "You ruined it." I woke up drenched in sweat. The dream came back the next night, and the night after that, and after that. In some versions, he stands at the edge of the clearing, watching. In others, he's closer, angry, accusing. He tells me that I ripped the silence open, that I dragged him back into the world. Once, I dreamt that I was back in the clearing, but this time, I was the one slumped at the base of the tree, and he was standing over me. I started sleeping with the lights on for a while and stopped hiking completely. My appetite vanished. I lost 10 pounds in less than a month. My therapist said that it was trauma, that the human brain reacts strangely to exposure to death, and that dreams are how we process what we can't understand. Maybe she's right. But I can't shake the feeling that I saw something I wasn't meant to see, or that I really messed something up, interrupted something sacred. I didn't even mean to, and I don't mean that in a religious way. I guess I just mean in the way that grief and death and solitude can be sacred. The dreams still come sometimes, not every night, but when they do, I know it's him, even before I see him. He doesn't always speak. Sometimes he just stares. Last year, I took a temp job doing data entry for a logistics company downtown. It wasn't glamorous. Gray cubicles, bad coffee, flickering fluorescent lights. But it did pay well, especially if you picked up night shifts. Most people avoided them. but I didn't mind the quiet. The office was mostly empty after 9 p.m. Just me, a security guard I never saw, and a janitor who listened to old country music through a single earbud. I really did like it at first. Peaceful. No one stopping by your desk, no meetings, no small talk, just spreadsheets and the soft hum of the vending machines. The first odd thing I noticed was the computer. It always took forever to boot up, but not just slow, uneven, like the screen flickered a little too long, or some old window would flash open, vanish, right before the login screen came up. Just a blink, like someone had been using it and forgot to close something. Then one night, I logged in and a single message was waiting in the internal chat system. We used it for things like IT tickets or shift notes, but this one didn't make sense. "Lights off tonight?" ? That's all it said. No timestamp or name. I assumed it was from the janitor, maybe about the overheads. I didn't answer, I just kept working. A few nights later, another message. "Lights off, please?" ? And this one made me pause. I don't know why. Maybe it was the please. I checked the directory. Nothing. I checked the chat logs. Blank. It was like it had vanished. But it was there. I even asked the overnight IT guy if there were server issues. He shrugged and said, "If you're seeing old files pop up, it's probably just ghost data. Happens sometimes when they don't scrub user profiles right." But I was using a brand new login. My credentials had just been issued. And perhaps more importantly, my machine was new. One night around 2 a.m., I caught movement on the edge of my screen. Just a flicker in the reflection, like someone was passing behind me. I turned around quickly, but it was an empty row. All the chairs were tucked in, monitors dark. The janitor's music was still faintly playing from somewhere down the hall. I told myself it was nothing. Lack of sleep or eye strain, probably. But the very next night, I sat down and I found a photo on my keyboard. Black and white, grainy. Looked like a still from a security camera. My cubicle from behind. In the photo, I was sitting at my desk, alone. Except I wasn't. There was a blur in the background, just behind the glass divider. Human-shaped, but wrong. No details. Just a smudge of something that shouldn't have been there. I didn't tell anyone. I packed up my things and left the building before my shift was over. I sent an email the next morning saying I wouldn't be returning. Even still, I don't know what's creepier. The figure from the photo, or the fact that the photo was on my keyboard. I used to work security at a local museum, small town, nonprofit, housed in a 3-story brick building that used to be a courthouse back in the 1800s. During the day, it was all school field trips and local history buffs. At night, just me, the cameras, and a checklist. It was an easy gig, mostly. Walk the floors every hour, make sure no doors are propped, no displays have fallen over, that kind of thing. Lights off in most areas, just emergency lighting, and the green glow of exit signs guiding your way. The place was quiet, which was nice, until it wasn't. It started with the exhibit room on the second floor, the one with all the old portraits, paintings of city founders, judges, Civil War generals. It always felt a little colder in there, even in the summer. I had actually noticed it on my very first shift, but I figured it was just the AC vent placement or something like that. But eventually I started hearing footsteps, soft ones, not heel to toe, not heavy. It was movement, like someone pacing. Always in that room, always just before I reached it on my rounds. I'd enter expecting to find a coworker, a late staff member, a break-in. But it was always empty. The footsteps would stop the moment I crossed the threshold. And I swear, some nights, the paintings just weren't the same. It sounds ridiculous, I know, but I'd walk in, feel like someone had just moved, like one of the painted figures had turned slightly, eyes in a different direction, head tilted just so. One night I thought one of the frames looked crooked. I came back an hour later and it was perfectly level. Then came the incident with the camera feed. I was in the control room watching the live security cams. Standard stuff. When the feed for Exhibit Room 2 cut to static, just for a second, and then it snapped back on, and the room looked the same as always. Still, dimly lit, no movement. Except there was a man standing in the far corner, facing the wall. I sat straight up. I flipped to the hallway cam outside the door. No one had gone in or out for hours. When I switched back, the figure was gone. I went up there immediately, flashlight in hand. I searched the whole room, checked every closet, every emergency door. Nothing. No one. Just the paintings and the cold. The next night, I asked the morning shift guy if the museum had ever reported odd behavior on the cameras. That room used to be the judge's chambers, he said, supposedly where they held the last rites for people sentenced to hang. Could explain the weird vibes. He said it like a joke, but it stuck with me. The last straw was about a week after that. I was doing my rounds heading toward the exhibit room when I saw something through the glass window of the door. A man. He was standing right in front of the portraits, motionless, like he was examining one of them up close. I couldn't make out any of his features, just the shape of him, still staring. I opened the door. The room was empty. It was just me and the paintings, and a sudden burst of icy air, like someone had stepped past me on the way out. I did end up putting in my 2 weeks shortly after. I still drive by the museum sometimes, but I've never gone back in. Some places just hold on to the past a little too tightly. I'm a retired educator. The last year of my teaching career was in 2011. It's to be said that each year is filled with its own significant events. 2011 was much the same, though the memorable event that year involved a puzzling and tragic death of one of my students. A message left on the principal's voicemail while we were on spring break. It was the mother of a student named Austin Marino. She left a cursory explanation in an accent I couldn't quite narrow down. Austin had gotten sick, high fever, died at home. He had a sister a few grades older than him. They'd also unenroll her. It was the family's first year at our school. Sadly, it was their last. The dad was a big, burly fellow. Could have been a football player or a professional wrestler. I don't recall what he actually did for work, though. He had a big beard and his hands and neck were covered in tattoos. I'm pretty sure they were Nordic symbols, not the racist kind. Despite his gruff appearance, he spoke soft and with the same indistinguishable dialect as his wife. By all accounts, he seemed nice and his children were happy. I'd never met a child like Austin before. He was so intelligent, well-liked by his peers, and excelled in all of his studies. There was a predominant scar on his upper lip from a cleft palate when he was born. It's possible for a child to let a blemish like that impact their personality, but he had enough confidence to casually explain the condition that he had to any curious classmate that would ask about it. At that age, the kids didn't notice or care past a deflected question. Austin had an incredible sense of humor, too. His quick wit exceeded his youth. Some of his jokes would even go over my head, and the punchline would only dawn on me while driving home. I'd bust out laughing in traffic thinking about it. I knew that kid was going to be something special when he grew up. You could just tell he had it. The news of his death truly affected each student and staff member. All of us carried a sadness for the remainder of that year, and then I retired. Austin's story wasn't the reason I retired. That was planned earlier. It would have been hard having to go back again for another round. My early retirement was only possible through the hand of God and pure luck. Before he was my husband, we met and started dating in college. He was more of a party bro back then, and we were all sharing a can of Coke in the bathroom stall with one of his friends at a bar. And his friend had just finished a big drink off the hand railing when he turns around looking like he'd just eaten a jelly donut and says, "You guys ever heard of Bitcoin?" At that time, it was practically unheard of, and he told us to throw a couple of bucks into it, see what happens. So we did. Who'd have known that those few $100s that we threw would allow us to retire early and travel the world? Well, that guy apparently, and thanks to him, here we are. Nowadays, I'm a healthy 63, and my husband is 65. We've just come home from our trip to Tuscany, and I wish I could say that it was the dream I always wanted it to be. And I guess for the most part it was. But an unexpected encounter troubled me to the point that I was eager to board our plane back home. We spent a week in Tuscany, and our last 2 days were in Florence, and I was instantly swept up in the city's warm, golden light. We spent the morning wandering through the narrow cobblestone streets, stopping for a cappuccino at a little cafe near the Duomo. We sat outside at a small table for two and were making plans on where to go next. I happened to look up as a kid walked past our table, and with a passing glance, the child looked identical to that little boy Austin. Same scar above the lip, same eyes, same face shape. Granted, it's been over 12 years since I laid eyes on that kid. I still did a double take because the resemblance was so uncanny. When I turned around, there, standing a few feet away, I swear I saw the whole family. The boy that looked like Austin runs into the arms of the mom. Standing next to her is Austin's big tattooed father and his sister. Then I realized they're all looking back at me, like they recognize me too. It couldn't have been them, though. None of the family looked like they'd aged a bit. In my first time meeting this family, I remember the dad and I were close to the same age. The sister still looked like she was 12. And there Austin was. He was alive and looked exactly like he did all those years ago. If I'd had seen them individually, I may have been able to reason with myself that these random people looked similar to the family and nothing more. But when I saw them standing all together, it kind of knocked the wind out of me. They were smiling at me, and then, all at the same time, it's like they remembered where they knew me from and stopped smiling. The kids turned to the parents, and they all started darting their eyes in other directions, like I was a hallucination better ignored. It was a blatant act, intended to make me feel uncomfortable, and I ended up not going over there. When they did that, I looked away like maybe I was crazy, and when I glanced over again, they were jogging away. It was faster than a walk. I told my husband, but he rationally shut it down, with all the reasons I'd been telling myself since seeing them. But he didn't see Austin every day. He hadn't met the family. I know it was over a decade ago, but sitting at that cafe, I could no longer enjoy the atmosphere because I was fully convinced at what I'd seen. Later that night, we had dinner on the terrace overlooking the Arno River. When we got back to our hotel, we unlocked the door and found our room had been completely turned upside down. All of our clothes and belongings had been thrown on the ground, but no valuables were taken. We even had some cash lying on the counter that wasn't touched. We take the elevator down to the front desk, and they say nobody on their staff entered our room. While we're standing there, the guy at the front desk pulled up the 2 security cameras that were stationed in the hallway, on the floor, right outside our room. And you can see from the time it shows us leaving to the time we come back hours later, we were the only ones to go in or out. Not much more he could do to help us past apologizing for the inconvenience. Back in our hotel room, as we're picking up our stuff, we're packing it back into our suitcase because we'll be leaving the following day. My husband asks if I left the balcony door slid open before going to dinner. I hadn't. The curtain was closed, and we hadn't noticed until a draft blew them around. Our room was on the 5th floor. It was highly unlikely someone entered from that way, but still freaky that neither of us knew how it could have come about. Later into the night, the hotel room phone rings multiple times. Husband answers, but nobody's on the other line. After the 5th or 6th time of this going on, we call the front desk, but that line keeps ringing. Husband's got a bad back, so I get on my slippers and leave our room to take the elevator down to talk to the front desk guy again. I ring the bell and wait. He comes out of the bathroom tucking in his shirt, asking how he can help. I tell him someone keeps calling our room phone, and he looks a little confused, telling me those phones can only be accessed directly from an internal line, so another room's phone, or the lobby phones located next to the elevators. Those were the only ways we could be receiving calls because he hadn't transferred anyone to our room. He thought another guest could have possibly been mixing up the digits when trying to call another room. He asked if we knew anyone else staying here. We didn't. With a shrug of his shoulders, the best solution he had was to unplug the phone from the wall. I thanked the man and walked back to the elevators. It's still waiting for me on the 1st floor. I go in and press the 5. The doors close, but as it starts to go up, another ding indicates the elevator will be making a stop on floor 2. The elevator slows down again, and when the doors slide open, Austin's dad stood on the other side, still wearing the same clothes I'd seen him in earlier. This time, he was by himself, and when he entered the narrow elevator, his large stature left me little room. My heart was thumping so fast, I could feel it pulsing in my ears. We stood shoulder to shoulder, and the elevator doors rolled closed to continue upward. We're both staring forward. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see his head turned down to look at me, and in the same soft voice I remembered, he asks, "Why are you here?" I don't look up when I answer that my husband and I are vacationing. He tells me to look at him, though. As I do, I watched his eyes change color right in front of me. The deep brown lightened until all I could see were these small black pupils in a sea of white. It frightened me beyond belief, but when I tried to look away, he grabbed my face and demanded I look at him. The next question he asked me, I took as a test, and my life was dependent on the correct answer, I felt. He asked me, "Have we met before?" I told him that I'd never seen him before in my life, and he seemed satisfied with my answer because he let go of me, and he turned so we were shoulder to shoulder again. When the elevator stopped on my floor, he moved slightly so I could easily exit. He stayed on the elevator when I got off. I thought he was going to follow me, but he let the doors close, and that was the last of it. I didn't sleep much that night. We caught our flight the next morning. I didn't see the family again, not at the airport or the lobby. It was like they'd vanished, thankfully. I've turned it over in my head hundreds of times, trying to make sense of what I saw, of what he asked me. Sometimes I wonder if I'd answered differently in that elevator, if I told him the truth? Would I have made it home at all? So back in the 60s, my grandpa was a professional thief in Boston, and he was pretty proud of that too. People tend to have mixed feelings about it, so I'm sorry if anyone finds that triggering. But we can't help who we come from or how they kept food on the table. For what it's worth, he never hurt anyone. He only targeted wealthy homes while the owners were away. His motto was, if you're going to risk the time, make it a worthwhile crime. When I got a little older, he would tell me stories of his exploits, and one always stuck out to me. There was a well-known house a little ways outside the city that had a reputation for being haunted. The owners went away on vacation, and there were no nearby neighbors. Grandpa didn't believe in ghosts and preferred elderly targets because they were always the ones with the valuable old stuff lying around. He got into this house and started his looting process, taking his time, happy to have an easy job. While he was grabbing the silverware from the dining room, he heard footsteps down the staircase, and he almost had a heart attack. He thought the couple had left someone to watch the house, but as the steps rounded the corner, no one appeared. The steps vanished several feet before him, and everything was silent again. Despite how it sounded, the only logical conclusion was that someone had seen him first and hid. The last thing Grandpa wanted to do was find them, so he finished bagging up the silverware and started toward the back door. When he walked by the dining table, one of the chairs shot out from underneath and hit his leg hard enough to knock him down. There was no one under the table, no one in the room at all. He picked up the chair. No strings or wires, just an ordinary chair. The back door was through the kitchen, but it wouldn't open. It felt like someone had nailed it shut, even though that was the door he entered through. He checked all the locks despite knowing he hadn't locked it. Finally, he gave up and started for the front door. As he walked through the dining room, the living room, a picture fell off a wall as he passed it. When he tried to open the front door, it was also stuck. He pulled as hard as he could until it suddenly gave way and hit him right in the face. It was enough force to make his nose bleed. He didn't even bother cleaning it up. He just ran for it. There was no fear of DNA evidence back then, so it wasn't much of a concern police-wise. He never went near another haunted house for the rest of his life. That job turned him into a believer. I always wondered, what did the couple think when they came home, found bloodstains on their door, silverware missing, broken picture frame, but the rest of their valuables untouched? Maybe their grandchildren now tell their own version of the same story. That would be pretty cool. I don't talk about this, really. Whenever I have, people get that look. You know the one. They're waiting for you to finish, so they can politely write you off as going through something. But I know what happened. I know what I felt. And even if I don't know what it was, I know it wasn't human. It started last spring. I just moved into my apartment and nothing major was off. The shifts from normal to bad started a few months after moving in. First, small stuff, little annoyances that I brushed off. I'd find things knocked over when I came home, like a cup tipped off the counter, shoes turned around, picture frame slightly off. I assumed I was being clumsy or tired, distracted. But then it escalated. One night I was getting ready for bed, and the bathroom door slammed shut behind me, so hard it shook the mirror. No windows open, no draft, just this violent, intentional slam. It felt like it was aimed at me. I thought maybe someone had broken in. I checked the whole apartment and nothing, just me and the silence that followed after I stopped hurrying around. But the worst moment, the one that I still wake up remembering, was about a week after the door slamming. I was in the kitchen, barefoot, getting a glass of water. All of a sudden, I felt this force, cold and fast. It rushed past me and shoved me from behind, hard. I hit the floor so fast, I didn't have time to catch myself. My lips split open on the tile. My glass shattered. I screamed, not because it hurt, but because I knew that no one else was there. But something had pushed me. I felt it, the weight, the intention. And right before it happened, just for a second, I swear I felt and heard a breath in my ear, a low, angry exhale. Not like wind, not like a floorboard creaking. It was a breath. After that, it didn't even stop. Lights flickering when I entered a room, the sense of being watched so intense, I couldn't sleep without the lights on. I even stayed with a friend for a few nights, and after I begged her to tell me if I was crazy or not, she admitted to me she heard footsteps pacing outside my bedroom one night when she'd stayed over. She said it was obvious it was coming from right outside the door, but it was even more obvious that no one was out there because the door was open and she could see clearly. I moved out a month later. I left some furniture behind. I didn't care. Whatever it wasn't tied to me, so that's what I thought. 2 weeks after moving, my car radio switched to static, and then it cut out completely. For a few seconds, I couldn't breathe. Not panic, actual suffocation, like the air was gone. I felt this wave of horror like this was death. And then, just like that, it stopped. I was able to catch my breath again. The radio was back, like nothing had happened. I screamed at the top of my lungs, telling whatever it was to go away, to leave me alone. I don't know exactly what I said, but I know it was hysterical. Nothing like it's ever happened since, though. I don't know what it was. A spirit, a presence, just pure hatred. All I know is it wasn't there to just scare me. I think it was truly there to hurt me. Maybe even kill me. I live alone in a cabin in Washington State, about 30 minutes from the nearest paved road and at least an hour from cell reception. I'm not some hermit. I just like the quiet, and I've worked from home since before it was popular. My land backs up to a national forest, so it's not unusual to hear animals at night or even run into hikers during the warmer months. But this happened in October. I woke up around 2:30 in the morning. I needed to use the bathroom. I walked out onto the porch. The outhouse is about 20 yards out, and the forest was dead silent. Not totally unusual. It might not sound strange, but if you've lived near the woods, you know there's always something making noise. Frogs, bugs, owls. But tonight was unusually quiet. I was halfway to the outhouse when I heard it. A single, low grunt, like something exhaling hard, deep in the trees. I stopped and listened. Another obvious grunt, closer this time. Not a bear. I've heard them before. This sounded heavier. Then came the knock. Just one, like a baseball bat against a tree trunk. It echoed, sharp and hollow, way too close for comfort. I froze, still holding the outhouse door. That's when I smelled something sour, musky, like wet dog mixed with spoiled meat. I didn't go. I backed up toward the house, not turning around, just moving slow, like I'd seen in nature videos. Whatever it was, I didn't want to trigger it to where I was. I made it back inside, locked the door, turned off all the lights. About 10 minutes later, I heard something walk across my porch. I say walk, but it was deliberate. Slow, 4 steps, and then nothing. I sat there all night with my rifle in my lap, watching the front door. I never heard it walk away. Next morning, I found footprints in the frost on my porch. Huge ones, barefoot, way bigger than mine. They weren't human-shaped, not exactly, far too wide and too long, and the stride was massive. I haven't thought to talk about this much. People roll their eyes when you say Bigfoot, but I know something was strange. I know I heard something, saw something, and I smelled that horrible smell. And I know something walked across my porch that night. Mainly, I just know I wasn't alone. I was either 3 or 4 years old and hadn't learned to swim yet. My aunt left me on the stairs and I saw all of the other kids having fun, and I thought that looked like fun. I went forward, flailing around, sunk like a rock. I took a big breath of water. I didn't have thoughts, but I felt incredibly sad that I'd messed up. I was pulled out and given CPR by a lifeguard, and when I came to, I was instantly crying, saying how sorry I was. Not my only near-death, though. When I was 19, I was run over by a truck going 45 or 50 miles an hour in a crosswalk. I didn't see it coming. I had my back to the truck while skateboarding across the crosswalk. I felt the truck impact my entire back. My head whipped backwards and slammed the hood. I was then launched 15 to 20 feet forward. When I was in the air, I was still conscious. The only thoughts that ran in my head, what the f*** just happened? I then felt impact to my face and my head. That's when I blacked out. I then had a seizure on the pavement, bashing my front teeth into the pavement. While it was happening, I'm fully conscious, thinking in my head, what the fuck are you doing? Stop biting the fucking ground. I could not control anything physically, and that really pissed me off. I ended up being on the news that morning. When being brought in by the EMT to the ER, the nurses kept telling me, we all thought that you'd be dead, or no way you were conscious and conversing so well. They ran me through every test, x-ray, CAT scan, MRI. There wasn't any internal bleeding, and not a single broken bone. I literally walked out of that hospital with my skateboard in hand. I called my buddies for a ride and told them the story. There are a few others that I have to think about them. There's more emotion attached rather than just a thought. But basically, the only injury other than a concussion was some road rash. And I literally walked away. I feel like I had something looking over me that day. My entire childhood, my father and I used to take night walks due to his insomnia from late shift work. Our neighborhood is considered very safe, and ultimately was an urban neighborhood. Besides one of the roads towards the back of the neighborhood, it was lined with thick forests. About 1.25 miles deep, which made a circle back in itself. All of these walks are very dear memories of mine, except for one where it ended up being the last one. Along the road with the tree line, there was a single streetlight to illuminate a small plot of land that someone owned but was very overgrown and ill-kept. It was very common for us to walk this road. We enjoyed the sounds of the forest, the lack of illumination, and also the ease of circling back. One ordinary night, we were walking, making conversation. My father abruptly stopped, pulled me close, put a hand over my mouth, crouched with me, and pointed toward the single illuminated plot, roughly 100 yards away. At first, I didn't see anything. I thought that he was pulling my leg, but just as I began to protest his grasp, I saw a small humanoid figure, roughly 3 feet in height, scrawny, with long limbs. It materialized out of the plot's brush line, and cautiously, it took in its surroundings before signaling toward the brush. After a few seconds, 2 other small humanoid figures materialize as well. After a brief moment of what looked to be a discussion, all 3 make a dash for the forest tree line. Once this happened, my father picked me up, threw me over his shoulder, and made a break for our home, which was roughly a half-mile back. Mind you, my father is 6'5", 220 pounds, and I was roughly 120 pounds at the time, and he never showed any signs of slowing down due to his fear and adrenaline. After this night, we never took those late-night walks. He installed 4 bright motion detection lights around our acre plot, brought home a dog. The few times that I've tried bringing it up, he doesn't want to discuss it. Made it clear that he never wanted to. Those figures still give me chills, and the image of the 3 of them huddled together, it's very vivid, even 15 years later. I've been hiking and backcountry camping solo since I was a teenager. I grew up in a small town in Washington and spent most weekends in the Cascades. Over the years, I've learned how to read terrain, track weather shifts, and how to stay safe. I've also learned that the woods will sometimes give you a feeling, a warning, or a gut punch, whatever you want to call it, and you don't ignore it. Back in 2017, I decided to spend a long weekend solo camping in a lesser-traveled section of the Alpine Lakes wilderness. There's this semi-hidden trail up past the usual routes that leads to a beautiful glacial tarn if you know how to follow the game trails. I've done it once or twice before, once with a buddy and once alone. Always peaceful, always quiet. Never seen another soul up there. The hike in this time was normal. Cool air, distant bird song, not a single person on the trail once I broke away from the marked path. I made camp at the lake just before dusk. I pitched my tent near a large granite outcrop, and I settled in with some freeze-dried chili and a cheap paperback. That night was uneventful, though. I did notice how still it got. No wind, no frogs. Just that weird kind of silence that presses on for a little bit too long and something small breaks it, letting you know you're still on planet Earth. I slept okay, woke up around 6:30 a.m. with the plan to hike up toward a nearby ridge. Wasn't far, maybe 45 minutes up if you're steady. I left everything in place except for a day pack with water, jerky, and a map, one that I didn't think I'd need. But that is the last thing I remember clearly. Walking up the trail, the sound of my boots crunching over pine needles, the sun still low and the ridge just peeking into view. Then nothing. Not even blackness, just a hard out. The next thing I know, I'm standing back at the base of the ridge, just off the trail. I'm staring up into the trees, like I'd blinked and suddenly lost time. At first I figured I must have dozed off, maybe got a little turned around, but when I checked my watch, it was after 3 p.m. 7 hours had just passed. There were no bruises or scrapes like I'd fallen, but my water was nearly gone, and there were pine needles stuck inside the collar of my shirt like I'd been lying down somewhere. I hiked back to camp fast, packed my shit even faster. I didn't stay another night. I'd camped alone plenty of times, but that was the only time I'd ever felt like I was being followed on the way out. I never saw anything or heard anything, just that feeling like someone was a few steps behind me. Every time I looked over my shoulder, I thought I'd see something. I've gone back to a lot of places since then, but not there. I won't even say the name of the lake anymore. I don't know what happened during those 7 hours, and the more that time passes, the more I start to wonder, do I even want to know? I volunteer part-time for a trail maintenance group up in the Olympic National Park area. Mostly just clear brush, reporting blowdowns, helping folks who get turned around. I've always been a solo hiker, and the park feels like home to me. Never had a reason to be scared out there. Until this experience. It was late in September, cool and damp, but not quite into the real heavy rain yet. I went out to check on the lesser-used loop trail near the staircase. Nothing technical, just overgrown and often forgotten once summer ends. I planned to do a quick sweep, eat lunch by the creek, and head back by mid-afternoon. I remember reaching this bend in the trail where these huge moss-covered rocks sort of frame the path, like natural gates. I've passed through them a dozen times before, but as I walked between them that day, something shifted. Everything got quiet, not just deep woods quiet. No birds, no wind. Even the sound of my own boots on the dirt felt muffled. I kept going for maybe 15 minutes before I started feeling like I wasn't where I was supposed to be. The trail looked familiar, but not quite right. Too narrow, no signage, trees spaced weird, like someone rearranged them just slightly. My watch said 12:41 p.m. I turned around and walked back, thinking I must have taken a wrong turn. But when I came back through those same stone gates, the sun was already dipping, golden hour light, sky turning orange. I pulled out my phone. No service, but the lock screen said 6:17 p.m. I lost nearly 6 hours. It didn't feel like a dream. I didn't fall or hit my head. No signs of a panic attack. I was fully alert, not hungry or dehydrated. But I don't remember anything about that time. Not a damn thing. I told the other stewards, and one of the older guys just nodded and said, "That trail doesn't like everybody." Whatever that means. I haven't gone back through those rocks since, and I don't plan to. I'm not one to really post online, really at all, but I've been turning this over in my head for years, and it still keeps me up sometimes. A lot of the stories on here do, so I figured I'd share mine. This happened outside Taos, New Mexico. I was 19 at the time, staying with my cousin for the summer, doing odd jobs, helping out on his property. It's pretty far out. Desert scrub, nothing about it but barbed wire, lots of silence. Well, one night we're sitting out back, drinking Tecates and listening to the coyotes howling somewhere off past the hills. There's just general noise happening, nature doing its thing, but then it goes silent, instantly. 1 second howling, next it's like someone just says stop on the stereo of nature. That was weird enough, but what happened next? No way. Something called out. It wasn't a howl or a bark. It spoke. I swear to God, it spoke. And it said, clear as day, "Come on in." What? So random, so clear. But what made my stomach actually turn was it sounded like my cousin's voice. He went real still, didn't even blink. I was looking over at him and I said, "You're messing with me." He shook his head real slow. Then it started again, but this time it was like it was trying to mimic me. Not quite right. Like someone who'd heard my voice once, tried to recreate it from memory, or was like mocking me. "Come on in." Same words, same cadence. We both stood up. He told me to get inside and lock the door, and I didn't argue. From the window, I saw something walking along the edge of the yard, low to the ground. Wrong legs, backwards maybe. Hard to see, but it had this patchy skin or fur. I don't know. It was fast. Faster than anything should have been. On all fours, crawling like that. Next morning, we found the chicken coop torn up. Not broken into, torn. We're talking bent metal, shredded, blood everywhere. No feathers, no tracks, no chickens. Just clear evidence that something had completely obliterated the place. My cousin wouldn't even talk about it. He just said, "Don't speak to anything like that, ever. If it calls out, don't speak back." I assured him we hadn't. We didn't do anything but run away. How could we have possibly avoided this? What was he thinking called out to us? He wouldn't say. He was very serious about me forgetting about it, leaving it alone. Honestly, I never had a reason not to trust him, to trust my gut. So I hadn't really spoken about it, not outside of recounting it to my dad several years after it happened. He didn't make me feel bad or silly. Maybe that's why I didn't feel the need to keep repeating it, just doing what my cousin asked. Though, I can't do exactly what he asked. I can't forget about it. I still think about that voice, how it used my cousin's, tried to use mine, so effortlessly. I don't care what you call it, but it wasn't a coyote. I woke up and my bed was soaked. I thought maybe I'd peed myself. I was 19 at the time, but my clothes were 100% dry. So maybe I thought my clothes had dried, so I checked my underwear and it was dry. Okay, so then maybe I sweat a lot and it just dried up too. Normally, I have night sweats, and I'll have a distinct smell of like salt or stickiness, but nope, I was clean. As a last resort, I smelled the bed where it was wet. It was straight up water, just literally water. It didn't smell like pee. It didn't smell like sweat. It was water. I never found an explanation. To this day, it still kind of haunts me. Like even if someone was playing a prank on me, I would have been wet. Why wasn't I wet? I don't necessarily think it was paranormal, but I have no idea how something like that could happen. Last winter, I took a solo job hauling feed up near the Canadian border, cutting through some backcountry roads in northern Montana. A blizzard came in hard and fast. Visibility dropped to next to nothing. I slowed to a crawl and kept my eyes glued to the shoulder markers, what few I could see. About 10 miles from the drop point, my dash camera flickered. Then the cab lights dimmed just for a second, and I noticed a shadow. Something was walking alongside the truck. At first, I thought it was an elk, but this thing was taller than the cab and kept perfect pace, even as I slowed. I couldn't see it fully, just its outline in the snowstorm, long arms that dragged near the ground, and a strange rhythm to its steps, almost like it limped. When I hit a patch of cleared road and picked up speed, it stopped, just stood there in the snow. I swear I saw its head turn and just watch me go, like it wasn't bothered by the cold at all or being left out there. I camp with the same group of friends every year. Just a guy's trip to unplug, fish, drink too much, and talk crap around the fire. We never go to the same spot twice, and last fall we picked a site near a creek in the Tennessee backwoods. Beautiful place, crystal clear water, moss-covered rocks, and not another soul for miles. The first night, normal stuff. We set up camp, cooked dinner. Someone fell asleep in a camp chair holding a beer. You know the drill. But the second night, we stayed up late, talking. Around midnight, one of the guys, Kevin, noticed something across the creek. "Who's that?" he asked, squinting. We all looked, but just trees, far as I could tell. But Kevin swore he saw someone, a man standing knee-deep in the water, He said that he thought it was a fisherman at first, but something about the way he stood wasn't right. Too still, like he was waiting for something. We chalked it up to moonlight and beer, but Kevin wouldn't let it go. He didn't sleep that night, just sat by the fire with his flashlight aimed at the creek. The next morning, we found wet footprints around the back of Kevin's tent. Just his tent. He left after that. Said something didn't feel right. I can't blame him. The rest of us stayed the final night, but nobody slept well. The creek, which had been peaceful before, suddenly felt too quiet, in a creepy way. Whatever Kevin saw, if he saw anything at all, it certainly left a mark on him. He doesn't camp with us anymore. Says he's done with the woods. Says the man in the creek might still be watching. Seems a little dramatic, but he's serious. This happened about 5 or 6 years ago, just off the coast near La Push, Washington. I've been fishing most of my life. Grew up out there, and you learn to read the water, the air, the quiet. You learn when something's off, just so. I was out early. Sun hadn't fully come up yet. Still a heavy marine layer hanging over the water. It was the kind of morning where everything's so still. No gulls, no sea lions. It's just me, the fog, and the faint hum of my trolling motor. About an hour in, I'm cutting across a stretch where the water usually runs a little choppy, but this morning it was like glass. That's when I noticed something. It was bobbing, about 40 yards out. At first I thought it was driftwood, and then it moved. It was long, pale, not white, just off-colored. Like smooth bone or something underwater for too long. No fins, no face that I could see. Just this shape, maybe 10 feet long, rising a little out of the water and dipping back down, slow and deliberate. I killed the motor and just watched. It surfaced again. It was closer this time, but still no sound, no splash. Just that slick movement and this sense. Not fear exactly, but a sort of pressure, like I was being sized up. It stayed there maybe a minute, maybe less. Then it sank. No ripple, no current, like it hadn't even been there. I've fished this coast for 30 years, and I've never seen anything like it. Told my brother, and he said maybe it was a whale calf or some odd tangle of kelp. But I know what kelp looks like, and that thing, it was watching me. Haven't gone back out past that stretch since. I went to nursing school as a married adult with children. As I was driving home after an evening class midterm, I began to slow down as I was coming near an intersection on a rarely used road. I noticed 2 moving lights in the sky to my right, approximately 300 feet above. These lights slowly traveled and came to a stop about 150 feet above, in front of my car. 3 more lights came and lined up with the other 2, one by one. I stopped the car, locked the doors, and watched the show. I couldn't tell if they were blinking lights or if they were rotating, as on a round object spinning. These lights were hovering and silent. Then, one by one, they took off at the speed I've never seen, each following the other. When they left, I started the car, not remembering turning it off, and I noticed that the doors were unlocked. I attributed that to a poor attention span, not remembering. I arrived home a few minutes later. I thought my husband would be happy to see that I was home, as I left the college quite early. But he was quite troubled and wondered why I was almost 3 hours late. I have absolutely no memory of the missing time. I met a guy. He seemed super charismatic, and after talking for a while, I agreed to go on a date with him. It was our first date, and it was Valentine's Day. I went over to his house to see a movie that he had acted in. He starts the movie, and I settle back to watch. I was in film school, and the guy, Nick, he told me that he wanted my professional opinion. We're 5 minutes into the movie when Nick reaches for the remote and says, "Let's fast forward to my part." I reply that in order to adequately critique the movie, I should see it from the beginning. Nick assures me that his scene is self-contained and needs no context. A fight scene plays. Nick pauses and asks, "What do you think?" I look confused and Nick says, "Did you miss me? Let's play it again." I watch the scene again, but still can't make out Nick. Nick rewinds, plays, and pauses. "There I am," he says, gazing fondly at the screen. Except the screen was gray. No actors, no landscape, nothing but gray snow. "What do you think?" he asked, his eyes never leaving the empty screen. At that point, I realized Nick was crazy. "That's great," I said. "But look at the time. Time sure flies when you're having fun." Nick was still staring at the screen with a strange little smile. I stood up. Nick stood up, now not smiling. "You're not going anywhere," Nick said. It's funny how fear works. I've found that in times of danger, adrenaline supersedes fear. I managed to trick Nick. At first, it was by hiding from him within the very home. Since he was blocking the door while calling for me, I knew it wasn't an option. Instead, I made my way from room to room, finally the master bedroom, which connected to a bathroom with a separate entrance. I sat in that room for almost an hour, and I knew Nick hadn't moved from his position at the front door. Then, after some time, I decided that I would just make some noise. He would have to investigate, and once he did, I'd run out the other entrance of the bathroom, and after more than an hour of suspense, I was finally able to escape Nick in that very way. Turns out it wasn't even Nick's place. He'd taken me to a house of someone that he'd ripped off in a drug deal. I'm very wary now of going to a guy's home unless I know him extremely well. When I was 9 years old in 1970, I attended George Washington Elementary in Corona, California, for 1 semester. It was an ordinary school, or at least that's what I thought at first. One day, I came down with a fever and ended up in the nurse's office, along with 2 other girls who were also sick. The nurse, busy taking our temperatures, told us we'd have to go home and stay out of school for a couple of weeks. She didn't say much more, just that our parents would explain everything when they picked us up. As we sat there in that small, sterile room, a strange, heavy silence seemed to settle over all of us. The nurse turned to the counter where a tall glass jar filled with thermometers rested next to the sink. She was in the middle of talking when it happened. The jar began to move. Slowly at first, then faster. It slid across the counter, as though being pulled by an unseen hand. And then, with a sharp crash, it tipped over the edge and shattered in the sink. The 3 of us froze, too stunned to speak. The nurse's face went pale, her cheerful professionalism replaced by a visible unease. "Okay," she said quickly, her voice tight. "Let's move to the front office. Your parents will be here soon." As we filed out, I heard her whisper to the office secretary. It happened again, this time in the nurse's room. What did she mean by again? I actually let it go relatively easy for a child. I just sat quietly in the office, staring at the clock on the wall, listening to the sounds around me, just waiting to get picked up. Later that day, I told my grandma what had happened. I thought she'd be a little surprised, but she just laughed and said, "That's nothing. I mean, it's no different than the old house we just moved out of." I realized then that I'd grown up thinking that ghosts and strange occurrences were kind of normal. Our old house had its own stories. Things moved, footsteps in empty rooms, but none of it had really frightened me. It was just a part of life. I was surprised, however, to see it at school. I didn't stay at George Washington Elementary for long, and nothing else happened while I was there, at least that I saw. More so than the jar itself, I'll always remember the nurse's voice and the look she had on her face. Her words make me wonder, what else did happen at that school? What exactly was she so afraid of? In 2004, my parents moved us from the East Coast to the Gulf Coast, and I started 7th grade at a new school. I talked differently, dressed differently, and overall didn't impress the popular girls, or anyone for that matter. If someone bothered speaking to me, it was only to make fun of my accent. By the second week, I'd learned to stay small and keep to myself. When you remove yourself from all social dynamics and become purely a spectator, you learn a lot. I quickly identified who was friends with who had crushes, and who secretly hated their best friend. Then there was Brady, the invisible boy. I envied him most of all. He didn't have to play politics, avoid bullies, or fear the bathrooms. No one stared at him or pointed. It was like he didn't exist. I didn't even notice that we sat next to each other in second period until he randomly asked to borrow a pen. I didn't expect to get it back, but he returned it the next day. A while later, he borrowed it again, and this kept on to the point that we made jokes about how he should just keep it. Little by little, we would talk more until I felt like I was making a real friend. We ate at different lunch times, and we didn't have any other classes together, so I would look for him in the hall. There would be glimpses of him from a distance, but every time I tried to make my way over, he'd be gone when I got there. It was starting to seem like he was avoiding me on purpose, so I finally said something in class. Brady said he never saw me and asked me to meet him behind the cafeteria after school, and then he never showed. The next day, he wasn't in class. He didn't come back until sometime the following week. I asked him what had happened, but he just ignored me. And then I noticed there were dark rings around his eyes, and he looked like something bad had happened. So I left him alone. I watched him all through class. I saw a dark, matted clump of hair on the back of his head. It looked like he was hurt. His clothes were covered in dirt and torn, like he'd slept outside. I couldn't believe the teacher hadn't said something to him. Did she really not notice? I tried asking if he was okay, but I did it too loud, and the whole class turned to look at us. I stared at Brady, hoping he would say something, hoping the teacher would see him and help. But then one of the popular girls said, "Oh my God, she's talking to her imaginary friend again." And everyone started laughing hard. I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up and made a horrendously embarrassing speech about how awful they all were. Crying definitely made it worse, but that's a different kind of childhood trauma. The kind of trauma that comes from a teacher taking you into the hallway to explain that your only friend wasn't real is a whole world of messed up into itself. There was no Brady in that class, no Brady in my grade. That desk had apparently been empty all year. I freaked out so bad that my parents were called to pick me up. My mom made me wait in the car while she talked to the principal. A few days and a therapy session later, my mom told me what they talked about. Sometime in the 90s, a similar incident happened where a kid thought that he'd made a friend named Brady. He was so insistent that our principal, still a teacher back then, looked into it, found old articles where a student named Brady had died. His mom was an addict, and Brady used to run to the school when she became violent. He'd sneak into the cafeteria and stay the night. One day, she chased after him, caught up with him in the parking lot. He tried to make it to the door, but she ran him over before he could reach it. He died still pinned beneath her tire. She was so out of it that she didn't even realize she killed him until the next morning. My schedule was changed, so I didn't have the same second period anymore. I guess the teachers hoped that it would help avoid another incident, and I guess it did. The other kids gave me hell for as long as I attended that school, but I only saw Brady a handful of times after that, and I was really careful to avoid showing it. I didn't need to add any fuel to the fire. To my knowledge, that was the only ghost I've ever had contact with, but who knows? Either way, I'm fine believing that he was my only one. I was always afraid of the sixth sense. I have no need to live it. You know that one cousin your mama never let you hang out with as a kid? Never let you go to their house, and they were never allowed to spend the night at yours, no matter how much you begged? Yeah, there was probably a good reason for them making that judgment call. I've got 2 stories that are perfect examples of this. They're both pretty bad, but when I heard the second story, I was so happy my mom made me go home that day. Because if I would have been there with them, I don't think that I would be the person I am today. I know my cousin ain't ever been the same since. Her name is Serenity, but family calls her Ren because 4 syllables is way too many for a first name, and her mom should have known better, thought about that before naming her that. The first of many bad judgment calls as a parent for her. Ren was free to walk the streets since she was able to walk. This bitch was in diapers at the mini-mart buying chips with money she'd stolen out of her mom's purse. This first story, we were 7 or 8 at a family barbecue. We're at my uncle's house. He lives in the mountains, and on his property he has a big tire swing made from an old tractor tire. Me and a few of the other cousins were swinging on it, pretending we were the Power Rangers. It had been a carefree day before Ren showed up. When we saw her walking up the hill towards us, the smirk that she had on her face was sinister. It was her signature devilish look that we'd come to recognize when Ren would pull one over on somebody, successfully stolen something, or had a devious plan that she wanted us to take part in. Usually, it involved swindling or stealing. This time, it was all 3 things. Down the hill, our collective families had been partying since noon. All of the kids were going to be sleeping in sleeping bags in my uncle's living room that night. We'd planned on watching movies, trading Pokemon on our Game Boys, but that never happened. Plans changed for 4 out of the 5 cousins when Ren presented the keys to her mom's minivan. She tells everyone the new plan is to sneak out, go for a joyride when the parents pass out. I'm the only cousin with enough brain cells to know that this is a bad idea. I said no before she even had the keys out of her pocket, but my other cousins aren't as bright as me. They went along with Ren's plan that night. I stayed in my sleeping bag, and I heard them giggling and whispering as they snuck out. A few minutes later, the minivan is in motion, and within moments of the engine turning on, Ren manages to immediately send the van over a hill in reverse with all of them inside. It made 3 barrel rolls and broke one of our cousins' legs. It injured everyone. All of them were in tears, and the broken leg was the worst of it, though. It took forever for the ambulance to get to the property. The leg looked like, well, it looked pretty fucked up. I remember the shin was bent all crazy. That night solidified me as the family's favorite cousin and number 1 on all of the relatives' wills without a doubt. The second story had by far worse consequences. I'm pretty sure that we were 14. It was Ren's birthday, and I was not allowed to stay for the sleepover, so my mom had picked me up. At around midnight, our house phone rings, and I hear my mom pick it up from her bedroom. It's my auntie calling from the emergency room, saying that Ren is in a coma. I'd get the first-hand story of what happened 3 days later, when Ren woke up. The plan that night was for them to sneak out, take a bus to the east side of Cleveland, and go ghost hunting in one of the abandoned buildings that Ren had been obsessing over for months. She talked about it every chance she got, swearing she'd seen something move in the broken-out windows whenever she rode past. Her parents, for whatever reason, actually agreed to let her do it, as long as she wasn't alone. So it was Ren and 3 other girls, a VHS camcorder, and an old Ouija board that someone's older brother had stolen from a garage sale. I guess the place inside was worse than they expected. No signs and no indication of what it used to be, just a rotting husk of a building, all graffitied and broken glass. They didn't get more than a few minutes of footage before the camcorder battery died, which they thought was weird because it had been fully charged when they left. But Ren was determined. If she couldn't film anything, then she'd just have to get their proof another way. They found an office tucked away in one of the back halls. The desk was still there, warped and peeling, but sturdy enough to set a board down. And that's when things got strange. The planchette started moving almost immediately. At first they thought that it was just someone messing around, but then it picked up speed. A name spelled itself out. Dante. That's what they said, anyway. Ren was the one controlling the session, the only one who seemed excited when the board started answering random questions. The others got nervous fast. They kept hearing something in the building, a sound like metal dragging against concrete, slow and steady but never stopping. But every time they shined the flashlight down the hall, there was nothing there. Then the board spelled out another message. Help me, here forever. That was enough for one of the girls. She let go and backed away. Eventually the others followed, but Ren stayed. They told me that she just sat there, staring at the board like she was waiting for it to say more. Then out of nowhere, she slumped forward. She didn't collapse, didn't seize up, just folded over the desk, her hands limp at her sides, like someone had flipped a switch and shut her off. At first they thought that she was playing around, but when she didn't respond, didn't even flinch when they shook her, they panicked. She was breathing, warm to the touch, but completely unresponsive. They had to run 3 blocks before they found a payphone to call for help. The paramedics couldn't explain it. She had no head trauma, no drugs or alcohol in her system, nothing that should have put her in a coma. She stayed like that, though, for 3 days. When she woke up, she said she didn't remember anything. Not the board, not the name it spelled out, not what happened before she passed out, but I don't think that's true. Because after she came home, she stopped talking about ghosts. She stopped sneaking out, stopped trying to convince everyone that she wasn't scared of anything. And sometimes, when she thought no one was looking, I'd catch her staring off into nothing, her eyes locked on a shadow that wasn't there. If I further pressed her about it, she would shake her head and tell me never mind or that it was nothing. But I could tell. She still heard or saw whatever it was, and whatever it was, it didn't appear to be done with her. Ren was sort of in this odd, catatonic state for years. She has since, I guess, moved on, but she really doesn't like talking about this. Almost tries to pretend it didn't happen. And if you ever bring up a Ouija board, well, she really gets upset. Definitely doesn't want to be in the presence of one. So yeah, something happened that night, and I'm just glad I wasn't there. I was driving home along a rural road. I'd just left a friend's birthday party and planned to call my husband when I stopped at the closest gas station, as that's what we would do when either of us would hit the road. Before even making it that far, I heard this incredibly loud bang. So loud and intense, it actually momentarily rocked my vehicle. After literally a couple seconds of sheer life-altering panic, I regained my composure. Briefly, I wondered what part of my car had been busted or fallen off, and then my cell phone rang. I pulled off to the side of the road, and I saw that it was my husband, so I picked up. "What happened?" he asked, alarmed. "Are you okay?" At first, I assumed he was referring to my car, but I quickly reasoned with myself that there's no way he could have experienced that or known that I have, all the way at work. I sensibly answered, "Nothing's wrong. I'm fine," unsure of what he meant. "You just call me screaming and crying from the side of the road and nothing's wrong?" he barked. "I thought you had a car accident." How did he even know I was driving? I thought to myself. "I swear, I didn't call you. I planned to, but I hadn't made it that far yet. It must have been someone else, and you confused the call with me." I suggested this. He's a psychiatrist, so it wasn't the most unusual suggestion. "No, it was you, hun," he insisted. "I'll show you when you get home. I really thought something terrible had happened to you." "I'm totally fine," I said. "Just driving home now. I'll see you later tonight." I got back on the road and stopped at the nearby gas station. I was relatively surprised to see that there was absolutely nothing wrong with my car. Despite the combustion sound so loud it actually shook it. Everything checked out, even under the hood. My husband calling 1 second after that sound would indicate that he got the alleged phone call from me at the exact moment of the boom. Honestly, I'm not sure what happened that night. I do know that my husband showed me his call log, and sure enough, there was a call from me at the time he'd claimed. I'm not sure if we breached some time-space barrier, or if we somehow experienced an alternate reality just for a second. Either way, it's just one of those moments we have no explanation for. I work in a prison. When I was new, I was working overtime one night in a housing unit that has seen a lot of death. It was well after midnight, and all of the offenders were supposed to be in their cells. Since this was a medium-security prison, the offenders still had access to leave their cells to use the communal bathroom at night. When I was going in for the 2 a.m. count, I watched an offender walk down the stairs from the second level and into the bathroom. I stood at the entrance to the bathroom and yelled in to ask them what cell they were in so that I could add an extra body to that cell for my count, but I got no answer. I then walked into the bathroom and searched everywhere, but found absolutely no one. I told one of my coworkers about what had happened, and the first thing they asked me was he tall and skinny with long dreads? And he had been. When I answered yes, I was told, "That's Mr. Bones. He killed himself a few years ago, but he still hangs around." I still get goosebumps when I think about it. My ex-wife worked as a night nurse at an old folks' home in a quiet corner of Dunedin, New Zealand. After a while, she came home telling me about nocturnal disturbances they had been having there, which caused them to eventually call the police. Apparently, there were always people shuffling around the building's grounds at night. She could see them standing there at 1 or 2 a.m., looking out over the grounds. At first, she thought a confused resident had perhaps gotten up and gone out to the garden. So she went, checking on all the rooms, but found everybody was in their beds. When she went outside to check, nobody was there. The police also never found anybody. What really got me, though, was how coolly she took it. As a long-time nurse with many years of experience, it seemed normal to her that there was a bit of paranormal going on in places where people died. To her, ghosts came through the hospital like medication cabinets and cleaning utensils. It was just normal, I guess. I'm sure a lot of kids, or at least some kids, found their grandparents' house a little creepy. Am I reaching? I could be, but I'll tell you about my grandparents' house and my experience there, which involved my sister, my cousins. So that makes at least 3 people I know, myself and them, who share my feelings about a creepy grandparents' house. First things first, my grandparents, Nonnie and Poppy, were very old. Their home was very old. They were lovely, even throughout their passing, which was less than a month apart from one another. Rest in peace to both of them. So they were very loved. Their home was a source of a lot of great family memories, but it was haunted. And because it was haunted, or because something within that home was charged, as Aunt Peg used to say, it houses some other memories too. My parents would often drop us off with them for a weekend or two throughout the year, and in the summertime, me, my sister, and my cousins would stay for a couple of weeks. The first time I ever experienced something, and every time since, was while staying in our mom's old room. It was in the back right corner of their Rambler-style home, Aunt Peg's old room across the hall. I was young, but I know my sister and I were both in school, so couldn't have been younger than 7 at the time. It was just the two of us this time, and I'd been having trouble falling asleep, while my sister seemed to pass out instantly. Mom's room now had the old TV from the living room in it, as our parents bought them a new fancy one for Christmas. I'd always liked falling asleep with the TV on at home, so here it was no different, a welcome change. I was familiar enough with the TV that I knew I didn't have a remote for it. I was stuck changing the channels from the knob, same with turning it on or off. I'd picked a channel which connected to the VHS. Since Lion King was already in there, I remember just letting it play. I hadn't fallen asleep, not even close, but I was back in my bunk when I heard the TV shut off. Not only was it the obvious sound of something playing and the familiar buzz of the TV ceasing completely, but the glow from the TV was gone. Had it not been for the hallway light, I would have been in total darkness. It wasn't the TV turning off that scared me, not really. But as I laid there trying to figure out if I was going to turn it back on, something caught my attention. The light from the hallway quickly cut out, as if someone had penetrated the doorway just for a moment. By the time I focused on the doorway, there was nothing there. Sitting up, though, I investigated further by looking around the whole room. I had the top bunk in this sleeping arrangement while my sister slept in the bottom. As I started to look around the room, I thought I saw nothing of real concern. And then I got to the TV. It was still off, housing the reflection of the entire room, but something wasn't right. I could see on the TV that everything was where it should be, everything except for the shadow being standing underneath my bed. I didn't realize how afraid I should be, so I took my gaze away to pop my head down and look at my sister's bed. She was sleeping soundly, and there was no shadow. Still, looking back up at the TV, there it was, a shadow that didn't belong. I decided I didn't need the TV, and I tried to ignore it, turning towards the wall and closing my eyes in an attempt to fall asleep. Only moments later, I hear the sound of the TV being turned on. It's startling, and I jolt up to confirm it's been turned on. It wasn't on a channel, though. It was just a fuzzy static screen, but the static was getting louder. I was going to have to leave my bed and handle the TV, but I felt so frozen. Almost sure I wouldn't be able to do it, but I had to. The sound was going to wake up the whole house. I jumped down the ladder. Feet hit the floor, and the TV turned off. I look up at the TV, and there's a shadow just behind my right shoulder. I can't hear anything or feel anything, but the image alone makes me want to scream. I consider swinging around, punching and kicking, but what if this time it was my sister? Instead, I spun around, fully expecting the shadow to not be there, just like last time. Only this time, it was there. An endless black mass, about as tall as me. No eyes, no face, no distinguishable features at all. Before I could even scream, it suddenly passed through me, leaving my chest with an intense, cold pain. It felt like my torso was experiencing brain freeze. It hurt, but only for a moment. As much as I wanted to turn on the lights, the ladder was closer. I jumped up, dove under the covers. I had no idea what had just shot through my body, but I felt like I couldn't breathe. I don't think I got more than a couple of hours of sleep. It was this odd in and out of sleep, and it kept me exhausted, like when I had the flu. I remember the next morning being afraid to tell anyone about what I had seen. I kept the image to myself, and intentionally slept in the living room that night after my grandparents retreated to bed. I almost felt sorry for leaving my sister in the room, but she didn't really seem to have been bothered the same way I was bothered, so I reasoned with myself that it was okay. Suddenly, I heard screaming. It was coming from my mom's old room, and it was my sister. I wasn't the first one awoken by her screams. I saw Nani walking toward the room. She didn't even see me on the couch. I contemplated just staying where I was. Somehow I knew it was going to be the figure on the TV. My sister was crying, screaming. Then she started calling for me to come help her. I was forced to move, and I ran into the room. My sister was sitting outside of her bed, on the floor, full of tears, crying about a shadow that woke her up by touching her face. She said that she called for me. I don't even think that Nani knew what my sister was talking about. She continued to try to console her into a less amped up state. Once my sister calmed down, I started to crawl into the top bunk, took my position there. Clearly I couldn't just leave her again. And that was that. An event my little sister barely remembers, but I remember it super clearly. The next time I encountered this figure was in the same room, less than a year later, as it would have been the summer versus the holidays. Our cousins were there, staying in Aunt Peg's old room. Since my cousin Shelby and I are around the same age, we made our younger siblings sleep together in Aunt Peg's room, while we took over Mom's old room with the TV. Most of the night we were playing card games and any board games that we could find for 2 players. But eventually, we'd have to go to sleep. And I hadn't forgotten about the last time I was there. But somehow, I felt more brave or maybe safe with Shelby being there. Only thing was, Shelby wanted the top bunk, which would put me on the bottom. I didn't want to seem like a wuss, so I agreed. I almost made it a full night without getting scared. I kept telling myself that I wouldn't experience the same thing twice, because it was probably a nightmare. Technically, I didn't experience the same thing. But I saw the shadow. I don't know what woke me up exactly, but I suspect it was the TV turning off. Or I suspect it was something similar that happened to my sister. I was suddenly awakened, and I could see a dark shadow, and a piece of its shadowy self reaching towards my face. But I didn't feel like screaming. I just felt like being perfectly still. But I must have made some sort of noise as I heard Shelby whisper my name from the top bunk. Remembering the last time, how I'd said nothing, how I'd turned to face it. I didn't want the same thing to happen to me, but I didn't know how to prevent it. So I just called back up to her, and it felt good to use my voice. But it felt bad that this shadow was still above me. It's like I couldn't even focus on what else she was saying, because this all-consuming energy, it was over me, and I was freezing. Without moving, I watched as Shelby jumped down the ladder in a familiar routine, but she ran for the light. The shadow either disappeared just before or just as she switched the light on. But Shelby had seen it. She basically had my exact experience from the first, except she was smart enough to just run away from the shadow instead of facing it. With the lights on, Shelby came running back towards my bunk. She was almost crying as she tried to tell me what she'd seen. I asked her before she could even get the words out, "Did you see the shadow?" Her eyes widened. She shook her head. Even though I'd been really scared, I felt like I needed to help Shelby because she seemed more scared. I told her it was okay. We decided to sleep on the floor of Aunt Peg's old room. The next morning, I didn't plan on saying anything, but Shelby was adamant, grilling Nani and Poppy the next morning. As she recounted her experience, I could see my little sister start to remember her own experience, but I watched it leave her face too. I backed Shelby up by saying that I'd seen the shadow. I told them all I'd seen it twice. Poppy laughed, which he did that a lot, saying that us kids sure had an imagination on us. Shelby squealed in frustration, stamped her feet, and declared that she wouldn't be staying in that room anymore. The rest of the week, the kids piled in one room, and oddly enough, no more shadows. These types of events would repeat themselves through the years, but as I got older, the shadow became less visible. So much so to the point where it was easy to dismiss it as a trick of the light, though truthfully, I never believed it to be a trick of the light. Instead, I was just happy that it was fleeting and short-lived. The reality is, when you experience something like this, I don't think it's as easy to dismiss anything anymore, and you're just destined to be a believer. Though I haven't seen the shadow since I was a child, the fact that it was there never left me. I'll try to convince my cousin to share her own experiences with the shadow, but even as adults, Shelby really doesn't like talking about it. I witnessed the aftermath of my family business being torn into pieces by a fire. It was January 2018 when the fire occurred. At 10 a.m., my mother called me. I'd only been at work for an hour. "Hurry, everything's gone. There was a fire. You need to come right now." I was in shock. I kept asking her for more information. How could this have happened? How big was the fire? When she says everything, does she really mean everything? I thought maybe she could be exaggerating. We've had the business for 20 plus years and have never experienced something of this magnitude. I ran for the bus. I had so many questions running through my head. My heart was racing, pounding. My body was sweating and tears ran down my cheeks as I placed my head on the window. As soon as I arrived, my jaw dropped. I inhaled the smoke and choked profusely. The walls were black, and the glass shattered. I walked into the kitchen. Nothing felt real. It felt like a dream, a nightmare. I've never seen my dad so heartbroken. We were closed for 6 long months. It really was a difficult time, financially and emotionally. But we got through it, and I think we're all a lot more appreciative than we were before. I was married to an alcoholic who was abusive when drinking and a pussycat all other times. He'd been sober for about 1.5 years at this time. I had a 1-year-old daughter and recently had given birth to my son, an extreme preemie at 26 weeks, 1 pound, 13 ounces. He was obviously in the hospital, the NICU at a major Boston hospital. We lived 35 to 45 minutes from there, so daily visits weren't possible. I'd been informed that my son had developed a very serious bacterial infection, but they hadn't been able to identify the bacteria, and so far, the antibiotics weren't working. I was told that his chances of making it were not good. I felt so helpless. I couldn't get in there to see him for another day, so I just hoped that he would hang on until then. My husband was working 2 jobs, so it left just me and our little 1-year-old. My little one went down for a nap. I knew that she'd be asleep for a couple of hours, so I decided to see what was in the attic of the double-decker we were renting. There was an old stairwell ladder hooked on the ceiling just outside of the apartment, so I brought it down and went up there. There wasn't much, a couple of old lamps, some broken furniture, and a huge chimney. When I went around the chimney, there was a tiny room with the name Richard spelled out in rope across the top of the entry. I went in and found a few children's chairs, a table, some toys, a record player, and a box with various things in it. There was a small, flat, blue box. I opened it, and inside was a tiny, miraculous medal, a swatch of hair, and a fabric name band that had handwriting that said, Baby Boy R. Some scribbles that looked like it might have been the weight, the height, and the birth date. These were all the exact same as my son's, but 50 years earlier. It kind of freaked me out, so I grabbed the box and its contents, and I went back downstairs. I didn't think about it again until that night. Baby girl is asleep. Dad is at work. I wake up. It's 2 or 3 in the morning, and I see a light shining in the kitchen. I figured I must have left the light on in the living room. So I get up and start to go through the kitchen. Just then, the baby wakes up, so I grab her before I go down to the living room. When I get to the dining room, I think the light might be from the full moon, as it isn't as bright as it seemed before. I go into the living room, and it is indeed moonlight. Sitting at the bay window seat is a man, well, a silhouette of one. I can see that his hair is almost to his shoulders, and it looks kind of gray. He's wearing a plaid flannel shirt, blue and white, and jeans. I can't see his face because his feet aren't in the moonlight. I'm not afraid, but my baby starts crying. I remember the box, and I say to him, if you're here to help us, help my baby, that's great, but you're scaring this little one. So, if you can keep helping, I'd appreciate it, but don't show yourself when the baby's around. With that, he disappeared, and so did the moonlight. It was so abrupt that I went over to the window to look for the moon. No moon and a clear sky. Just then, the phone starts ringing in the kitchen, so I go to answer it. It's the hospital. They're telling me that they found out what the bacteria was, and they were giving him 3 different antibiotics. The fever was coming down, and it looks like he'll make it. And he did. He definitely made it. I do have other experiences living in that rental, but this is the best one. In New Hampshire, we have the Flume Gorge, a 2-mile hike with huge cliffs and waterfalls. I'm a photographer, and in 2002, I got a new camera that I was dying to test on the falls. I had a late start, one of the tires blew on the way, and I got a speeding ticket. It was so late that I should have just tried again the next day, but I wanted those fancy sunset pictures. Much of the trail has stairs and walkways, but I went where I shouldn't have and put my foot into a hole because I couldn't see the ground. I plummeted down one of the thankfully smaller waterfalls, all for a unique angle, an angle I'm still paying for today, and I didn't even get the damn shot. I bounced off several rocks and landed in the freezing water below. My right arm and leg were unquestionably broken. My leg was twisted in a way that made me vomit. I somehow managed to get my body onto dry land, and that's when I noticed the broken ribs and the numbness in my hip. But I couldn't move at all afterwards. My flashlight must have gotten lost in the fall, so I laid there, bleeding from unknown places, in and out of consciousness. It was a pitch-black, starless night. The insects ate me alive, but I couldn't swat them away. At one point, something big came close enough to smell me, and I screamed. It backed away with a short grunt, but I never heard it leave. After drifting off again, something woke me by nudging my broken arm with a giant paw. The tips of its sharp claws raked my skin, and I screamed so loud I thought that I would wake the world. Again, there was that same grunt in a short retreat, but it stopped somewhere close by. I occasionally heard it creep closer, only to back away again when I yelled. I deeply feared what it would do while I slept. There was too much pain to keep myself awake. No matter how hard I tried, I would pass out and dream of being eaten by a giant prehistoric bear. Then I'd wake up screaming. I must have repeated that cycle at least 10 times before the rangers found me in the morning. I wept when I saw them. I worried that they were another dream, but once the rescue team started moving me, I knew that it was the awake kind of pain. They airlifted me to a hospital where I stayed for 4 weeks, got tons of metal placed into my body, all for a picture. My mother is from India, and every couple of years we would go stay with my grandparents. They lived in a small, poor village, and I never liked going. The smells were awful, the food was terrible, and I still don't like to think about the water. But those were minor issues. The real problem was the demon. At least, we would consider it a demon. Over there, maybe a djinn. I don't really know. They have lots of beliefs about demons over there, but I never spent much time learning about it. The vast majority of my adolescence was spent in Atlanta, and I was insecure about my heritage, so I generally rejected anything to do with it. Now that my grandparents have passed away, I deeply regret my reluctance, but I digress. What I do know is that something isn't right about the land they lived on. From as young as I can remember, there were strict rules about not getting out of bed at night, or in my case, a pallet on the floor next to my parents' bed. Everyone slept with different idols and charms above their heads. They were supposed to protect us, but only if we stayed put. When I was younger, I believed every word of it. My parents always made sure that I used the bathroom before bed, and I even had bells tied to my ankles at one point. At night, I'd hear footsteps puttering around the dirt floor, and sometimes there would be scratching on the walls or a pair of glowing eyes in the dark. They weren't red or anything, just glowing like an animal's eyes, but we didn't have any pets. The most frightening night of those years happened when I was 7. I was almost asleep when a set of footsteps came into my room and stopped directly next to me. I kept my eyes squeezed shut behind my blanket, but the top of my head was still exposed, and I felt a warm breath of air on my head. It was like a big animal hovering over me, sniffing. The last time we visited, I was 14 and in the throes of a particularly strong, rebellious streak. I thought my family was paranoid, that the footsteps and heavy breaths were just my cousins. They always resented me for having a better life. The glowing eyes and the scratching noises, they were wild animals coming to steal food because the walls had so many holes. I was just too young and naive to see it before, I thought. Well, this was my year to prove it. During our first night, I decided to chase down anyone who moved. It was almost 3 a.m. when I woke up to something walking in the hallway, and I was moving towards it in an instant. My parents kept a candle burning in the center of the room. Dirt floors, not a fire hazard. They used it as an extra barrier against the demon, and I grabbed it as I passed by. The footsteps suddenly began moving in the opposite direction, towards the back door. To me, this confirmed that my cousins hadn't expected me to actually investigate, and now they were trying to get away. So I chased them right into the backyard. When I got there, I saw a dark figure, one the exact same size as my older cousin, shooting into the tall grass. I went literally 2 steps in, just a few feet behind him, when my mother's voice made me freeze mid-stride. She had followed me outside and was screaming for me to stop. At first, I was relieved, because I was about to have proof that the bad, scary stuff was actually just my shitty cousin. But as I stepped backwards, a 10 to 12-foot spectacled cobra struck out exactly where my foot had been. If I'd taken one more step, it would have gotten to me, and there's no way I had a chance of making it to a hospital in time. My initial reaction was anger. I was so focused on proving there was no demon that I forgot about the very real dangers that snakes present in India. Even more so since my cousin should have known better. We've lost family members to cobras. Most people in that village have. I couldn't imagine him running into that grass. I'd gone in right behind him, though. So how had he not been bitten? I ran away from there faster than I've ran in my life. Straight past my hysterical mother, and into the house where I intended to show everyone that the cousin I suspected was gone. I wanted to shove the whole thing in their faces. But my cousin was sleeping in his bed. All of them were. Not one person was missing. Now I know you're going to think that someone doubled back through the front door, but they didn't. Even though I stopped at the sound of my mom's voice, the figure's footsteps never did. I could hear them continuing in the complete opposite direction and into the distance. No one is that fast. Plus, it's a tiny house. They would have woken everyone trying to rush back inside. So, who or what led me straight into a cobra without getting bit themselves? This whole incident only reaffirmed my family's belief in the demon. They believe it ran into the field and took the form of the cobra. But my mom was able to save me just in time. Technically, she did save me, but I don't know if I can believe that the snake was anything but a snake. Part of me wants to say that we had an intruder that got extremely lucky, but another part of me has to wonder, what are the odds that we have an intruder on that night of all nights? I'm fully aware of all the stories going around where homeless people live in someone's attic or crawl space, but we're not talking about America. This was a dirt-poor village in a small hut with 4 tiny rooms, all packed with people. There were literally no extra nooks or crannies. My close call scared my parents so much that we didn't go back at the usual time when I was 16. Instead, they decided to put it off a couple more years. And then, both my grandparents died just 8 months apart from one another. My mom never had a particularly close relationship with her siblings, so we never returned. I'm almost 40 now, and I think about that snake regularly. What do you guys think? All theories welcome. A few years back, I was dating this girl. She told me her parents' house was haunted. Skeptical as I was, I thought she was playing with me. Then she told me that there was an evil persona that would take over her body sometimes, damage her physically. She'd wake up bleeding, totally oblivious of how she got those cuts or what just happened. I thought this was just her way of trying to get attention or needing help. I didn't really believe her story, although I tried to help and comfort her any way I could. All of that changed anyway, when I started sleeping over. It changed because strange things would almost always occur at night. These experiences all occurred when my ex and me, usually the dog too, were alone in the house. It started with her laptop randomly turning on in the middle of the night and actually logging into their account. Shortly after, I started to hear things as well. Footsteps coming from the ceiling or roof, right above the bed we slept in. Not a ticking sound like a mouse makes, but actual thuds, like a human was casually walking circles on the roof. A few days after, I heard a dog barking downstairs. The family dog was a boxer, but I heard a high-pitched arf instead of a low roof. I went downstairs, but I saw nothing special. The boxer was sleeping peacefully in his kennel in the kitchen. I returned to the bedroom and saw my ex in bed, sitting up straight and with both arms bleeding. I had seen the fresh wounds before, so that was nothing new for me. Really sad to see, but nothing new. What startled me to death is that she had her eyes closed, like she was still sleeping, but her mouth was wide open, as if she were screaming her lungs out. But she wasn't. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. A few nights later, we were in bed sleeping together again. and I woke up to my ex trying to climb over me, mumbling, "Break, glass." As the situation in the house was starting to freak me out, I felt the urge to protect myself. I grabbed my ex by the shoulders and yelled, "What are you trying to do?" My ex woke up, but a second later we heard a loud tack and the sound of glass breaking in the kitchen. I went downstairs to look and saw the locked cupboard wide open, and on the floor, shards of what used to be 2 long drink glasses. I cleaned up the mess, walked back upstairs, and found my ex sleeping as if nothing had happened. Once something strange happened in the middle of the day. We were upstairs in my ex's bedroom, and her father was working in the garage. Nobody else was home. We went to be physical. We made sure the bedroom door was closed. Then, in the heat of the moment, the door flew open, hard, as if someone kicked it in, except there was nobody there. I do remember feeling a slight breeze, and the next moment, her bedroom window shattered into pieces. That kinda killed the mood, to be honest. Shortly after this, we broke up, and some strange things happened to me, but nothing like what happened to her or while we were together. But it did get me interested in the paranormal, spirituality, and finding out what else is with us. So I'm a 27-year-old Uber driver, and of all the messed up stories I've collected over the last year, none of them have screwed with my head like with what happened last night. Once I got home, it took me hours to fall asleep. Then I dreamed about it, and now I'm writing about it. I always work nights on the weekends. I'm not in a big city, so if you want to actually make enough money to live on, that's when you have to do it. As usual, I spent most of my time driving drunk people around, but none of them were especially rowdy or loud. It was actually one of the easiest nights I've had. Then, at 4 a.m., I signed out of work and headed home. I was almost out of the city limits when I saw a distraught girl standing on the side of the road, sobbing with her hands over her face. It wasn't the safest place for her to be, especially alone. I had to check on her. I'm not a complete idiot. I know the scam where a woman tricks you into pulling over, but I would have never forgiven myself if I kept driving and something happened. As I pulled over, I reached under my seat and placed my gun within easy reach, just in case. And then I cracked the passenger window. She looked at me, and I could see her tears were genuine. Her eyes were red and puffy, snot poured from her nose, and her words were barely intelligible. All the while, I was looking in every direction, ready to hit the gas if anyone else appeared, but they didn't. She had a fight with her boyfriend who made her get out of the car a couple of miles back. That was how far she'd walked before she couldn't go any further. I offered to take her home, and once the door was open, I could see that she was wearing open-toed sandals with a yellow dress which was covered in mud. She even apologized for tracking mud into the car, but that was the last thing on my mind. Assuming that she had fallen on her walk, I didn't mention it. I drove by the bridge where she was left at all the time, and it crossed over an especially muddy creek bed. The road flooded when it rained, and there'd been a lot of rain lately. The guy who ditched her also threw her purse out the window as he drove off. Her phone was inside, so she didn't have a light to look for it or a way to call for help. Nothing. There were no other cars around when we got close to the bridge, so I turned on the high beams, slowed to a crawl, and rolled down the window in hopes of seeing her purse before we had to get out and physically search. It would have been on the driver's side, so my full attention was focused on the tall, muddy grass along the road. My back was to the woman, but we continued our conversation, and I'd already let go of any suspicions. When we were about to pull onto the bridge, I asked if she wanted to do one more pass before we got out, but she didn't respond. Assuming that she was trying to make up her mind, I added that my eyesight isn't the greatest, and she might have better luck, but she still didn't answer. Finally, I turned towards her, but she was gone. She hadn't crawled in the back seat. She wasn't on the floorboard, and it's ridiculous that I even checked because it's a pretty small car. If she had moved, I would still be able to see her. Logically, I understand that she couldn't have gotten out either. If she had, the doors would have made the unlock sound, and the lights would have come on. It would have been impossible to miss. Yet there I was, alone in the middle of that dark road. So I got out and called for her. I hadn't realized she never said her name until that moment. But as I stood in the silent night, I couldn't help returning to my original theory. Was it a setup after all? Were there a bunch of guys hiding in the trees, waiting for me to step away from the car? Even if they were, how had she gotten out? Well, I wasn't going to test my theory. Regardless of how she did it, she had clearly brought me there and left me under her own volition. She'd been incredibly upset, but she wasn't behaving erratically or irrationally. Given the circumstances, she'd made perfectly logical choices until that moment. After calling out a few more times, I quickly got back into the car and left, paying especially close attention to the tree line, but I still didn't see anyone. I replayed her disappearance the whole way home, and I came no closer to understanding what occurred. In my garage, I realized that the mud was gone too. My floorboards were clean again, as if she never existed. I genuinely began to wonder if I lost my mind. My brother thought I was on drugs, while my sister just sounded worried and asked me to get some sleep. It wasn't until later this afternoon that I spoke to anyone who actually believed me. I always go to the same gas station near my house, so everyone knows me pretty well there. The owner, Jeb, a man in his 60s, has lived here his entire life, and he believed me because he knew the girl. If I had described her to him, or anyone at all, I would think that he was messing with me. But this was too freaky to write off. I shared almost every detail that I've shared here, right down to what I was thinking every step of the way. But I never described anything about her physical appearance, other than I believed her to be in her 20s. Yet when my story was finished, he described her as if he had been there. He knew what she looked like and what she was wearing, down to her open-toed sandals. And he told me a couple of stories. One was about how he had once seen the same woman standing on the side of the same road. One night, he was on his way home and he didn't notice her until it was too late to stop. So he parked further up and reversed back towards where she was, only she wasn't there anymore. Assuming he had frightened her, he tried calling out to ask if she needed help, but there was no response. Not sure what else to do, he went home. That happened to him 5 years ago. The next day, he ran into a cop buddy and mentioned the girl, wondering if something had happened to her or if there had been an accident. After describing the event, his friend went pale, told him about a murder that had taken place the previous year. The young couple had been out together when they began to argue. It escalated to the point that the boyfriend pulled over and forced the girlfriend out of the car. Once she was out, he sped off, but soon turned around and ran her over, right there on the side of the road. Her body was found the following morning, and the boyfriend was caught in the neighboring state shortly after. No matter how I look at it, I can't come up with any explanation other than I must have given a ride to a ghost. One of the most haunted places I've ever been. It's a place in South Africa in an area called Northcliffe. I just did a quick check on the Google Maps and I couldn't find it, so perhaps this house no longer exists. It was an old house in a strange part of the neighborhood. The street was always deserted and quiet. No dogs barking and no children playing. You'd think nobody lived there, but you'd be mistaken. People lived in the houses, but they were not often seen outdoors. I heard rumors that they were Satan worshippers or witches, but I put that down to gossip. One of the houses did have a statue outside of Lucifer reading the Bible with a smirk on his face. I thought it was odd that someone would put up a statue like this in their yard. Nevertheless, you can't make judgments just because everyone in a particular street seems weird. The house I'm talking about today apparently belonged to a mining engineer. Johannesburg is known as the City of Gold because it was built around gold mines. The story goes that this miner worked on one of the big mines and had a family with 3 small kids. Apparently, one day he went crazy, killed his wife and kids, and then committed suicide. It was said their ghosts haunted the place. I don't know if the original story was true, but based on what I've heard, there may be some truth to the stories that followed. My ex-husband owned a health studio and coached athletes and bodybuilders. One of his clients was a young man. We'll call him Kay. He was a cadet in the police force and was also competing for the title of Mr. South Africa. He won this title and had dreams of going on to win the Mr. Universe contest. I just remember rippling muscles, blonde hair, and a shy smile. Kay and his family moved into the house. They were a normal Afrikaans family, but when they moved into the house, strange things began to happen. It started with unexplained poltergeist activity. Plates would fly out of the cupboards, and things would inexplicably fall off the walls and drop onto the floor. Kay would tell my ex, let's just call him G, about what was happening, and of course G was curious and he was also very skeptical. One day, he went to pick up Kay. He was waiting out in the yard, leaning up against the hood of his car, when a huge tree began to shake violently. Only problem was, there was no wind, and the earth remained quite still. My ex got quite a fright and was left bewildered by the experience. One night, Kay's mother heard the gate creak open. It was a spring-loaded gate and had a distinctive sound when opened. She picked up her gun and went to the window right above the gate and watched it open by itself and slam shut again. She pointed the gun out the window and called, "Who's there?" Suddenly, she felt a strong grip on her hand, and later, she said it felt like an invisible force was twisting her arm around. The gun went off, and she shot herself. When she recovered and was released from the hospital, she was never the same. She dyed her hair black and walked around like a zombie, never made eye contact with anyone. Kay's father also began to act weirdly, and Kay spent most of the time at the gym working out. One day, Kay invited my ex into the house and they enjoyed some social time with a couple of other young men. Kay took a puff on a cigarette, and while he was inhaling in front of everyone, the cigarette was whisked out of his mouth and broken up into little pieces, and then fell to the ground. My ex said he thought he was hallucinating, but everyone there that night witnessed the same thing. They also saw an African tribal mask fall off the wall and then twist into a grotesque shape. No, they were not smoking anything stronger than tobacco. There were many strange stories that came out of that place, including the story of Kay's uncle who stayed overnight and woke to see a little girl staring at him. He said she put her hands on his face and pressed with such force he was unable to breathe. I could share many more, but the worst part of the story was that eventually Kay also began to change. He developed serious anger issues, and then we learned that he got into a fight and killed someone with his bare fists. He was jailed for manslaughter. There's so much more to this story, and I could write a book about it, but I'll end on this note. When Kay's family eventually moved out of the house, it was left empty, and it stayed that way for years. I'd drive past it every day on my way to work. My office was just a few blocks away, but I also drove that way because I was curious about the place. I'd slow down as I passed to see what was going on. It really did look like a typical haunted house and never failed to give me cold shivers. Then one day I saw a for sale sign outside. and a short time later, a sold sign replaced it. When the new people moved in, they completely renovated the place. I remember thinking that it didn't look like a haunted house anymore. They fixed the garden too, but then built a wall and I could no longer see the house and stopped driving by. The story should end here, but it doesn't. One day, when I arrived at my office, I picked up our local newspaper, the Northcliffe Melville Times, and a headline grabbed my attention: Poltergeist activity in Northcliffe House. I immediately read the story, and sure enough, it was the same house. I don't know what happened to the family that moved in, but not long after that article, the house was demolished. I've been a part-time Uber driver for almost 3 years now, and for the most part, you learn to shrug off the crazies. I was once held at gunpoint, and I had a knife pulled on me, but thankfully, I wasn't harmed. The man with the gun happened after I'd been on the job for nearly a year. He canceled his ride as soon as we got onto the highway, and I noticed it immediately. People suck, so sometimes they'll wait until we enter heavy traffic, hope that we don't see the alert, but I don't play that shit. I pulled over onto the shoulder in the middle of 5 o'clock traffic and told him to get out right there. We went back and forth for a moment as he denied canceling the ride, but when I wouldn't relent, he pulled out a gun. Now, I'll go pretty far not to give someone like that what they want, but a trip to Walmart wasn't worth dying for. That's where he had wanted to go, Walmart. It was less than 10 minutes from our location, and I would never have to leave the main highway. So I calculated it was safer to drive him there. But then he tried to get me to turn off onto a side street where there were far fewer people. I knew the area very well, and there are also plenty of isolated locations that he could have directed me to once we were down there. Now, this guy knew I had a dash cam, and he wasn't wearing a mask. I'd originally hoped that he was just too high to realize how careless he was being, but this was a calculated move. If I was going to die, I would rather it be immediate than endure whatever that creep had in store. So I slowed down, like I was preparing to turn, and I stopped in the middle of the busy highway instead. He started screaming and jabbing me in the back of the head with his gun's barrel. I put the car in park, refused to move, saying that he would have to kill me right there because I wasn't going to any second location. By now, other cars were beginning to notice something wasn't right, and they were stopping as well. So he jumped out and took off running. I was lucky. It could have easily gone the other way, but I truly don't believe he intended for me to survive his attack. Multiple people dialed 911, including an off-duty police officer who followed the man into a neighborhood before he fled through some back streets. It was thanks to him that the police were able to locate the asshole so quickly. The guy who pulled a knife on me just wanted my wallet. This was actually just a few months ago, but I had long ago learned not to carry anything but my ID and phone, which he was also dumb enough to take and leave it on, so police quickly located him with Find My Phone. As horrifying as these instances were, they were almost to be expected. I went into this knowing that those things could happen, but the ones that I'm about to share, no one prepared me for these. No one ever told me that some people were trying to replace ambulances with Ubers. I can't afford the luxury of an ambulance either, but I would never trick a stranger into taking me to a hospital. It was only my second week on the job when I was sent to pick up an elderly woman for a doctor's appointment. I was put at ease by her. It had been a long day. I had just dropped off a man who had been creeping me out his entire 30-minute ride. But here was this sweet old lady with a walker. I helped her in and she thanked me politely. But she appeared kind of disoriented and just overall didn't seem to feel well. I made polite conversation at first, asking how she was, the usual. But her answers were rather short, so I stopped. That's fine. Some people like to chat and some don't. I usually just test the waters and follow suit. Now, her doctor's office was inside the hospital, so that's where we were going. But about 15 minutes into the ride, she tried to say something that came out really jumbled. Glancing into the rearview mirror, I started to ask her to repeat herself when I noticed half of her face had completely drooped. She was having a stroke, and I was terrified. I called 911 and explained everything while I was still en route to the hospital. At first, I was thinking, wow, what are the odds that this happens on her way to a doctor's appointment? But I later learned that was a lie. She knew something was wrong, but she couldn't afford to call an ambulance, so she tried Uber instead. Luckily, that instance turned out okay in the end. The woman survived. The same wouldn't hold true for the next one, though. Maybe 6 or 7 months later, I picked up a man for a quick trip to his daughter's house. When he first got into the car, I was a little concerned because he seemed very out of breath. But he was old, so I figured that was normal for him. The location was only 10 minutes away, so I wasn't too worried. But the second I tried to turn onto the highway, he clutched his chest and began complaining of chest pains, saying he needs to go to the hospital now. His daughter later admitted that he was having those pains for quite some time before he asked her to meet him at the hospital, but she didn't realize he was ordering an Uber. Anyways, I panicked. I had no clue what to do or if he was faking it or what, but I couldn't risk it. What if he died while I was sitting there trying to figure out what to do? So I rushed to the hospital. He got very quiet when we were still at a good 10 minutes away, and that really scared me. Then I began to smell something so awful. He died before we arrived. That's how I learned that our bowels release when we pass away. The ordeal may have been one of the worst days of my life. I felt guilty for the longest time, like it was somehow my fault. And no one cleans that kind of mess for you. So I had to do it myself. Yeah, overall, I can't wait to reach a point where I don't have to do this anymore. I used to work at a coffee stand while I was in college, and this happened during that unique time between Christmas and New Year's when everything is still busy, but the atmosphere is less stressed and more relaxed. One particular day, I was assisting a family, one that I was really familiar with. They consisted of a man and a woman who were husband and wife, both around the same age, and an older woman who I assumed was one of their mothers. The wife's mother, I thought, since they looked a lot alike. As the three of them approached, I asked if they'd be having their regular. I noticed that the man and the older woman seemed somber, while the wife appeared a bit out of place. She had a paler complexion than normal, giving the impression that she might be sick. Despite this, she wore a gentle and happy expression. The man confirmed that he'd have his usual. Despite their expressions, I made small talk, asking how their day was going. The man responded politely but quickly, implying that he wasn't looking to make small talk. No one else said anything. I glanced up to see that he was walking away, his wife following close behind. They didn't leave the area, but instead sat near the stand at a picnic table. The older woman then stepped up and continued where the man had left off, saying that they were just out making some returns. More small talk ensued, and I was finishing up the final drink when I noticed the older woman looking especially sad. I asked if she had a punch card that they wanted to use. I knew that the wife had used one, so I mentioned that I could put the punches on her card. I knew her name was Amy, and I said that we kept it behind the counter. But the woman just stared down for a second, and I sensed that she was on the verge of tears. Worriedly, I looked into the crowd, searching for the couple. At first, I couldn't spot them, but suddenly the man appeared, this time alone. He gently took the older woman by the shoulder and reassured her that it was okay for her to go sit down. Then he reached for the drinks, of which there were 3. I handed them over, explaining which was which, but instead of grabbing them, the man looked somber, and then a small, subtle smile took over. He looked at me, and through tears he said, "Amy, my wife, non-fat vanilla latte. She's no longer with us. She passed away on Christmas. His voice suddenly trailed off, and so did his gaze. At that moment, a pang of sympathy was in my chest. Tears welled up in my eyes. I was feeling sad, but also, I'd seen his wife. Like she was just with them that very day. No idea where she was at that moment, but I knew that I'd seen her earlier. Looking at the 3 drinks, I immediately realized I'd done something wrong. I apologized and lowered my gaze. Still visibly shaken, I searched around the store, but I couldn't find the woman to point out. As I thought about how the woman had looked, it suddenly dawned on me what was happening. Feeling a mix of confusion and guilt, I apologized again, but I told him I was sorry for his loss and I thought I'd seen her earlier. I offered to take the drink away, but he smiled and said that it was okay, that it would be nice for him to have it, to have something that she liked so much. I tried, but I couldn't hold back my own tears. It was embarrassing, but I couldn't help but feel immense pain and sorrow for this family. Suddenly, the older woman was grabbing my hand, and she said, "Your kindness is appreciated, you know." This was her favorite place to visit every morning. She managed to smile through her tears. We stood there for a moment, and though I didn't ask, I think they felt the need to tell me what happened. It was her heart, the woman said, explaining that her daughter had died suddenly and in her sleep. My own heart instantly felt heavy. This poor man had to find his wife deceased on Christmas morning, and now he was ringing in the new year without the love of his life. I told them I was so sorry for their loss and that the drinks were on the house. Before they walked away, visions of the woman from earlier raced in my head, and I found myself blurting out that she's always with you. I then asked my coworker to take over the register while I retreated to the nearby bathrooms to gather myself. When I left that day, I felt just chilly. It wasn't a scary experience, but rather a mind-bending one. I truly don't know how I saw her that day, but I am certain that the woman I saw was her. I believe I have witnessed demonic possession or something of the like. It was in 9th grade, about 7 years ago. I had a best friend, let's call her Ashley. Well, Ashley didn't have the best upbringing. She lived in Wisconsin, I believe, growing up. And she always told me about how, when she was around the age of 8, her house that she'd been living in caught on fire. She ended up making it out with her father and brother, but her 2 younger sisters and her mother died. She used to always say that she felt something following her. I'd be on the phone with her late at night and I'd hear her scream. I'd hear a thud. She'd come to school with bright red handprints around her ankles from where something or someone had yanked her off of her bed. The first thoughts that occurred to me were maybe it was abuse from her father or her brother. As time went on and I really got to know her father and brother, spending weeks over there at a time, I came to the conclusion it wasn't them. Her father worked hard. He truly wasn't around Ashley any more than I was, probably less. And if her brother were home at any given point, he was usually high, to the point where getting off the couch wasn't even feasible. When I'd be over there, weird things would happen. I'd be getting something to drink in the middle of the night. I would turn the light off, start back down the hallway, and the light would flicker back on. There was only one light switch, at the edge of the kitchen and the living room, and I'd quickly turn around. No one would be there. Well, one night, it was me, Ashley, and our friend Eli over at Eli's house. Everything was going fine, and Ashley had fallen asleep, head in my lap. Eli and I were watching something on TV, when out of nowhere, about an hour into her sleep, Ashley got really cold. I covered her up, and it didn't seem to help at all. About another 15 minutes later, she shot up and took a rather large breath of air. She then got up off the bed and started walking down the hallway. Eli and I were confused, but we didn't bother to follow her. Maybe she was going to the bathroom. She came back about a minute later with a butcher's knife in her hands. She stood at the edge of the door with the knife up, just staring. We then proceeded to freak the fuck out just a little bit. Eli asking me what to do. Had we ever talked about this? Wasn't there something about lining the door with salt? I don't fucking know. Maybe. Let's just try it. Okay. So we do. She hasn't moved an inch, dude. Should we call someone? Eli asked. No. The last thing we need is the police to show. Ashley turns and proceeds to start chanting in some weird fucking language. Latin, maybe talking backwards. She turns to her left, starts repeatedly stabbing the wall, still chanting. We sit there, staring in silence, unmovable. She then turns and throws the knife down the hallway and falls to the floor. At this point, Eli's brother, Jake, wakes up and opens his bedroom door. What the hell is going on? Stay where you're at. Get back in your room and shut the door, he tells his brother, Jake. What? He asks. He walks towards Ashley, and her gaze turns to meet him. He instantly freaks out, jumps into the bathroom, shutting and locking the door. Then she begins clawing at the fucking door. We all just sit there in dead silence while we can hear the scratching at the door. This goes on for 5 more minutes, and she stops. She then makes direct eye contact with Eli. She starts repeating his name over and over again in a horrifying voice. Eli, 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 Eli. At this point, Eli just starts crying. He has no idea what else to do. Well, what happened next is what hit me in my core, made me rethink life a little. Ashley was all of 5'2", maybe 110 pounds, soaking wet. She blew the salt away, backwards fucking crawled into the room, snatches a recliner out of her way, and grabs a necklace she'd lost about a week prior. The necklace was an upside-down cross, black on some black-colored chain. And then she backwards fucking crawls down the hallway, out of the house. We all sat there in shocked silence, just for a few minutes. After I finally muster all of the courage possible, I take off after her, Jake and Eli soon following suit. We searched for about an hour, and we couldn't find her. This time, we went back inside and called her dad. Keep in mind, it was about 3 a.m., and he doesn't answer the phone. Eli, Jake, and I gather in Eli's bedroom, confused about what to do. We just sit there, and at some point, almost against our own will, we fall asleep. I'm the first one to wake up. I do so in a panic. I walk down the hallway and turn into the kitchen. I glanced right, and their front door was wide open. Then I looked down. Ashley was asleep on the threshold of the door. I wake her up, and she quickly freaks out. How the fuck did I get in here? Last thing I remember, I was laying down with my head in your lap. It's a long story, I tell her. And when I do, she doesn't remember anything at all. I don't know if I encountered a demon or something of that nature, but rest assured, that changed my beliefs quickly. And I don't know if it goes without saying, but I didn't spend the night in the same house as Ashley for a while. Who's the most evil person you've met? For me, it would be my ex-brother-in-law and my niece's boyfriend. My sister, who had always had high standards for the guys she would date, was so excited for me to meet this new guy she was dating. She thought that he was the one. We had a cookout at my parents' house for Memorial Day, and she was bringing him for all of us to meet. He was a restaurant manager and sounded like a decent guy. Everyone was sitting out in the yard when my sister and her new boyfriend arrived. I was just bringing out the food and setting it on the picnic table. By this time, everyone but me had introduced themselves. I wiped off my hands on a napkin, and turned around as my sister started to introduce me to her new guy. He extended his hand for me to shake. I was looking at my hands to make sure that all the sauce was off of them. As I extended my hand and started to say, "Hi, and raised my eyes to meet his, the exact same second our hands touched, I looked up at our eyes. My knees gave way for an instant. I got a sharp pain going through my eyes and chest. I lost my breath and couldn't speak. The most evil, terrifying feeling went through me as I watched his brown pupils turn laser red. I jerked my hand back. He gave me such an evil smile, like he knew that I had just saw the demon in him, like he knew that I had just seen his secret. I could only think, dear God, he's a demon. Everyone was looking at me. I couldn't take my eyes off of him, like I was just stunned. I could only whisper my name. I backed up from him and excused myself into the house. I couldn't believe what I'd just seen. His eyes glowed red. I knew he was evil, and I knew he was going to hurt my sister. My sister came into the house all happy, asked me what I thought of him. I told her I didn't like him. I told her what I saw, and that he was going to hurt her. She was upset with me and didn't listen. Well, she ended up marrying him. A few months later, she became pregnant. In her 4th month, she miscarried the baby. The very next day, he was late coming home. She called the restaurant and they told her he had left hours ago. When he came home that night, he lied and said he was at work. She told him that she knew he was lying. And so he admitted, "Well, I wanted to wait until you were over the baby, but I've been seeing this other girl since before we were married. She doesn't mind if I smoke weed because she does too. I just went along with the wedding because you were so excited about it." My sister was devastated. I knew he was going to hurt her. I could see the evil staring back at me when I met him. A couple of Christmases ago, it was kind of the same thing. My husband's niece brought her new boyfriend home. I went to shake his hand, looked into his eyes. His pupils glowed red. I jumped back in shock. Fear ran down the inside of me. I couldn't believe that I saw the red eyes again. This guy looked creepy, kept giving me nasty looks, like I knew what he was up to, like I saw what was inside of him. This time I went and sat down in shock. I kept my feelings and what I saw to myself. We were at another in-law family member's house. We left quickly after. I kept getting that feeling you get when you run your finger over a sharp blade, on purpose to see how sharp it is. I knew that he was going to hurt her and that she was going to get cut, but I didn't feel like he was the one who was going to cut her. I told my husband and stepdaughter. I told my husband if he wanted to tell his family, that was up to him. They were always looking for a reason to pounce on me, so I left it up to him. Well, it got around to the family. Of course, I was criticized. But about 2 months later, our niece had to have abdominal surgery after being stabbed, and not by this creepy lover. But she did give the creepy lover her purse to hold on to while she was in surgery. This guy wiped out her bank account, $8,000, all while she was in the OR. She'd just gotten her tax return. She has 3 little kids, too, so it was hard on her financially as well as emotionally. Everything about this guy was creepy. Even if it hadn't been the glowing eyes, I still wouldn't have liked him. I'm not sure if they filed a police report. We weren't included in that info. I'm mainly also curious if anyone else has ever experienced something like this. Like, can you just feel when something is wrong? There's a house a few doors down that's been sitting vacant for years. Now its decay has become an eyesore on our street and probably brings the house value of our own neighborhood down. It's one of the first things you see when you pull into our cul-de-sac. The house is in shambles from years of neglect. The yard's overgrown with tall grass and weeds. A large part of a tree had fallen through the roof long ago, and and the house was never fixed. My dad used to golf with the man that lived there. Then one day, cop cars filled up our little dead-end road. All of us stood pressed against the window to watch my dad's golf buddy get let out in handcuffs. We'd later find out that he murdered his wife a few months prior. My dad had hung out with this man multiple times during those months. His name was Eric. I remember my dad was genuinely shook to the core about this. My dad said that when Eric's wife would get brought into the conversation, he talked proudly about all the plans he and his wife Rachel were attending to the following days. All the while, her body was stuffed into the hollow of an oak tree that touched their bedroom terrace. Same oak tree that set a branch through the ceiling years later. The HOA board that Rachel used to be a part of helped organize the funeral with the family. Everyone in the neighborhood showed up to pay their respects. The murder felt so out of nowhere. There had to be more to the story, but nobody had a bad word to say about Eric. It caught the whole community off guard. He was a 5-star dentist and a member of the church. Eric and Rachel were both held with high regard in the community. Now, everything had changed. The next HOA meeting would happen on a Sunday afternoon the following month. My dad would talk to a man named David. He'd been a mutual friend with Eric. David and Eric were close friends and worked at the church together. Out of everyone, David took the news the hardest. He was in denial that his friend could commit such atrocities. David would actually visit Eric in prison, if only to get some closure. All David wanted was for his friend to say he didn't do it. He was looking for any sign of hope that his friend wasn't the monster everyone thought he was. But I don't think the story David told my dad gave anyone any sort of peace of mind. David said that when he went into the visitation area, he was on a phone behind glass. The guards led Eric into the room. He'd lost a lot of weight, and the dark rings around his eyes, it led David to believe he wasn't doing too well in his new conditions. When Eric saw David, however, he smiled a big, joyful smile, almost a creepy smile, at David. Given the circumstances, he thought Eric would be acting as somber and exhausted as he looked. But when David picked up his end of the phone, his voice was chipper. Eric told David that he was hopeful about his release. In the same positive tone, Eric fully admits to murdering his wife. David asks, why? Eric explains that his actions were forced upon him by a higher power. Since Eric's childhood, he said that angels in blue light would visit him, describing them as 3 tall, magnificent beings in white robes. They had large black eyes that he could see his reflection in when they got close. These beings visited Eric multiple times throughout his adolescence. He'd be woken up by a large orb of blue light that would float into his room, divide itself into 3 separate orbs. Then those orbs would stretch into angels in his room. This even happened once when Eric had a friend stay the night in his room. No matter what Eric did, he couldn't wake him up until they were gone, and the blue glow had finally extinguished from the room. On his later encounter, they implanted a triangular chip into the back of his neck. David would confirm that Eric did have a triangular scar, about the size of a dime on the back of his neck. Eric had shaved his head while incarcerated, and the nape of his neck was no longer hidden by hair. The skin, according to David, it looked raised, like a new tattoo, but with no ink. Could he have done this right before seeing David? No, because David's visit was a surprise to Eric, and he didn't say any of this in his defense. He pleaded guilty. The angels had made a pact with Eric, never to speak of their interactions until he fulfilled his duty to God. During most of these angel visits, they'd enter his room. Their warm light would fill him with a euphoric calm. They'd float to his bed, scan the chip, then leave. But sometimes these angels would tell Eric that he needed to prove himself to God in order to earn his place with them in the blue light. This test by God was ordered at 4 different times of Eric's life. Sacrifice what you love most to demonstrate your loyalty. When he was 5, he could barely understand what they meant, but to the best of his knowledge, under the presence of their influence, he grabbed his favorite book from the shelf next to his bed, The Tiger Who Came to Tea. His mom would read it to him every night until he'd fall asleep. I remembered that name because I had the same exact book in my bedroom when I heard this story. The angels gave Eric a sign of approval and left after he'd torn the pages of the book and thrown them around his room. The next morning, he watched his mother cry. He couldn't tell her why he'd done it, so he said, "I don't know." He thought their relationship changed a little bit after that. The second was his hamster. The third was his grandmother. In his teenage years, his mother had passed away, and he was finally old enough to escape his father's alcoholism and abuse. His grandmother helped him graduate and apply for all the scholarships to get into college. The night before he left, they showed up. Eric then casually admits to David another murder he committed for these angels. He explains how he smothered her with a pillow, then made it look like she had died in her sleep before he left for college. His final test, number 4, was Rachel. Eric felt no guilt, no shame or understanding of what he'd done. At the end of their conversation, he even tells David that the angels in blue will soon retrieve him from these walls. David hangs up the phone, and he can't help but cry because he knew that was the last time he was going to hear Eric's voice on the phone. Eric stands up with a grin, but as he's being led away, he notices David's tears, and he gives him a confused look, like he doesn't understand why David would be upset. But he's quickly turned and pushed out by a guard. Out of respect for the family and to deter any vandals thinking of destroying that house, visiting the neighborhood, etc., names have been changed. But this story and that house are 100% real existing lore we have in our neighborhood. A story we'd all much rather forget than embrace, but happened nonetheless. The housing market right now is tough as it is. I'm sure as hell not going to be able to sell this property if people know what happened a few doors down. I was holidaying in Mazatlan, Mexico. I'd been sick and stuck in the hotel as soon as we got there. I finally felt well enough to go to the beach with my husband. He had heard all the cautions about the beach, which I had missed. Apparently, there was a bit of a riptide, and I don't really swim. I got on a paddleboard and was splashing around. I realized I was too far, slipped off the paddleboard, couldn't find the bottom, and started to panic. Then there was a voice and a pair of hands. "Here, let me give you a hand." I was lifted up, and then the voice. "Let's just fix this first." My swimsuit was adjusted, and then I was placed back on the board and pushed towards shore. I got to my feet, turned around to say thank you, and no one was around for yards. I stumbled up the beach, found my husband who hadn't been watching, asked if he'd seen anyone near me. He and the others near him said that there had been no one around me. I thanked my guardian angel. This was something I experienced while working retail my senior year. It's been over 10 years, but it's a pretty memorable story. I was working the register, and it was during that in-between time, after Christmas and before New Year's. Stores are still really busy, but a different kind of busy, where people are less stressed and more in need of your assistance. I'm helping a family with a return. There's a man, an older woman who I assume is grandma, and a child, about 5 or 6. The man and the woman, they seem very somber. The child, well, he looks sort of out of place. He seemed like maybe he was sick, just by the way he looked, a sort of gray color. But though his expression was a meek one, it was a nice expression. He seemed to be happy. The man asked if they could make a quick return. I looked at them and then the child. I said to the man, "Sure, no problem. What are we returning today?" The man then proceeds to hand me the merchandise. It's one of those Angry Birds board games, I guess. It's basically the same idea as the game on your phone, but kids can knock around these plastic birds and wood structures. I don't know, very popular that year, though. I hadn't seen a lot of them returned since it seemed to be on every kid's list. I asked the normal questions that one asks during a return. Was there anything wrong with the item? Do you want to exchange for a new one? It's at this time I see the woman walk away, the child following closely behind her. They don't leave the store, just wander near the register, and then sit near the children's toys. The man answers me saying no to both questions. I ask if they'd like to make an exchange for another toy or just go ahead with the return. The man just stares down. After a moment, I think maybe he's about to start crying. I look out into the crowd, briefly scanning for the woman and the child. At first, I don't see them, but then suddenly the woman is back. However, this time she's alone. She takes the man by the shoulder and tells him it's okay, that he can go sit down now. Grandma proceeds to tell me that they'll just be making a full return today. They unfortunately don't have a reason to exchange. I don't know if it's because I was in full work mode or what, but none of this had really clicked with me yet. Instead, I was just sort of feeling bad for the kid. He's gotten this gift, and now he'll walk away with nothing. I just couldn't let that happen. I process the return, and before the woman leaves, I say, "Oh, wait." I hand over a lollipop and say, "Here, for the little boy." The woman freezes, and she just looks at me, almost horrified. Instantly, I feel I've done something wrong, and I lower the lollipop. She continues to stare over the counter at me before she shakes herself out of it and shakily says, "The boy." I search around the store and I can't find the boy to point out. I start to think about the boy, how he looked. It wouldn't be another minute until I really understood what was happening. Confused about why she's so confused, I tell her I'm so sorry. I could have sworn I'd seen her come into the store with a little boy. Her eyes well up in tears, and without hesitating, she tells me that she lost her grandson the week before Christmas. She says they're here, returning his gifts. Suddenly, I'm crying too. So embarrassing, but it's like I couldn't help it. I just felt immediately what this family was feeling, and I felt awful I'd dragged out their experience. But then, the woman grabs my hand with the lollipop still inside, and she says, "Grape was his favorite, you know." She smiles through her own tears, and before she walked away, I found myself blurting out, "He's always with you." And then I grabbed my coworker at the register, asking if she could cover for me. I remember I went to the back of the store, and I just sort of lost it a little more. Later that night, before the mall was closing, I went to ask security if they wouldn't mind reviewing some footage. Since you can't typically just ask that without reason, I said I needed to see if someone had taken something from the display around 3:18 p.m. Of course, I remembered the time after all that. I can see me, I can see the man, the old woman, but there is no little boy. Not in the beginning when I saw him, and nowhere else to be found. I told security thanks, and then I left. It was such a chilling experience. Not scary, I guess, just sort of mind-bending. I never saw a photo of the woman's grandson, but I'm just sure that's who I saw. There's a bit of a backstory, but it's important. In February 2015, my sister ended up buying a Ouija board. She bought it from Spencer's Gifts, so it was cheap and plastic. It had a moon and a sun in the top corners, 2 images on the bottom that I really don't remember. She made plans with 2 of her friends, S and D, and myself, to use the board. My mother is a Bible thumper, so we couldn't do it in our house, and we decided to go to S's house, since her parents are open to things like that. We all spent the night at S's house. They wanted to wait to take out the board until 12 a.m., the witching hour, to have a higher chance of making contact with something, I guess. We had a dance party, and we ate a ton of junk food. At about 10:30, we settled down to watch a movie. I fell asleep. At about 11:45 p.m., S stopped the movie, and we started setting up. I was tired from our craziness. We shut off the lights, lit white candles, and got around the board. My sister, S, and I had our hands on the planchette, while D sat next to us with a piece of paper and a pencil to document. She was too scared to use the board. We opened the board and we asked questions, without much luck. We stopped and we talked about what we could do to help move things along. After a while, my sister looked up an app on her phone that would take words that ghosts were saying, or something like that. S thought that it was stupid, but we were going to try anything. The phone was handed off to D to keep an eye on it. We kept talking about how the candles were too bright, or someone wasn't open enough to it. And D said that the phone just said plastic and board, one after the other. We took that as a sign that something may be happening. The moment I put my fingers on the planchette, I started shaking. Dread washed over me so intensely, but I couldn't let go of the planchette. I didn't want to. It took all I had to keep myself from crying. The board started off silent, but all of a sudden it moved to Z, and then Y, and then X. My sister instantly got scared and said, "Move it to goodbye, now." We did, and the feeling was gone, as quickly as it came. My sister explained that if whatever is moving the planchette starts counting down, moving up or down in the alphabet, making figure 8s, or moving to the 4 corners, it's a bad spirit or a demon trying to make the board a portal. We stopped for the night after that. I didn't tell them how I felt. I was worried that they would just think that I was messing with them, that they wouldn't believe me. I had trouble sleeping because I thought that it would come back as I slept. I'd never experienced dread quite like that before. It felt violating. It felt like whatever it was tried to possess my body. I feel that because I was so tired, I was vulnerable to the attack. I'll never play with the board again. It's not a game. It's so real, and it can go very wrong. My dad was a truck driver when he left the military in the late 2000s. By the time my siblings and I were born, he only drove in our home state of Texas, and summers were extremely busy for him. This incident happened in 2006, one of his extended trips across Texas. I believe he was driving south on 281. He was getting pretty tired when he pulled into a truck stop. He was making his way to the on-site convenience store when he noticed a young woman pacing in front of the shop. She looked to be in her early 20s, slim, very pretty, and wore a tank top with cut-off shorts, normal attire for Texas summers. She was carrying a plate covered with aluminum foil as if she were making her way home from a family barbecue. Dad finishes his business in the store and headed back to his truck, where he was stunned to see the blonde woman sitting in his passenger seat. He was utterly shocked. He had no clue who this woman was or how she got inside. Dad was always vigilant on the road. He never left his truck unlocked. He demanded that she get out. He wasn't afraid yet, but something felt off about the mysterious woman. She sat there, staring at him with the covered plate on her lap, not saying a word. For a moment, he debated simply getting out, walking over to the passenger side, yanking her out of the cab. But he decided against it. I'm still not sure why. The whole thing was beyond strange. So Dad, against his better judgment, cranks his rig and drives off, the blonde still in the passenger seat. A few miles later, he attempts to make conversation. I guess he was trying to quell his extreme discomfort. He asked her name, but the woman remained silent. As he continued down the highway, lustful thoughts began to creep into his mind. I'm sure it had been a while since he'd last seen my mother, and they were way out here in the rural Texas roads. Who would find out? Just this one time. What could happen, right? Dad put his hand on her thigh, right above her knee, and the moment he touched her, the woman turned from a gorgeous young woman into a hellish monster. Her face became rugged, her eyes black, her teeth, they grew sharpened into fangs, and her tongue was unnaturally long. The demonic figure let out a guttural hiss, and the plate that she was holding suddenly began to move, as if it were a pile of withering worms beneath the foil. A putrid smell penetrated the truck's cab. Dad quickly turned his face away and managed to stop on the side of the road. As the truck came to a halt, Dad threw open his door and he jumped out. After his breathing returned to normal, he composed himself and looked back at the truck. The demonic woman had vanished. He was alone. He prayed for God to rebuke the evil spirit before eventually getting back into his truck and driving off. The woman never returned, but it took a while for the lingering stench to dissipate. When Dad got home, he recounted everything to Mom. He was so upset that she forgave him for being unfaithful. He'd seen a lot in his life, but nothing had ever frightened him like that. He blamed himself for impure thoughts, and it's possible that's why he attracted the evil spirit. Some might argue that people cheat all the time, but nothing like this happens. I can't explain why. I only know what happened to my dad on the very dark, lonely roads of Texas. When I was older, I asked about his experience, but he would never respond with words. He only just nodded. These are some of the experiences I had while working in a haunted house-type place one October in my hometown. First thing I want to make clear, this building was super old. From what I can tell and find on the internet, it was built in 1916 and was originally a hotel. It had gone through several different owners throughout the years and was at one point a hospital, at another point an apartment building. It stood abandoned for a long time, but every few years, someone would try to raise money to do something with the building. Eventually, the local high school drama teacher bought it, turned it into a haunted house experience. I was brought in one year as a substitute actor, but ended up with an actual position because the girl who was working in my room refused to work in there alone. For a while, she tried to stop people from telling me why. But eventually I learned that she was standing in the shower in the room, hiding alone. Something or someone scratched her back pretty bad. She still worked there, but she refused to be alone. The first thing that I noticed about the room was it had a very bad vibe. I hated being there alone every night because the room just felt off. The second thing I noticed about the room was the rocking horse in the corner of the room. It was strung up so that it would be hanging in the corner of the room, and it would just rock all the time. It wasn't like I was pushing it all the time or like there was a particularly strong breeze. It just rocked a lot. The next thing I noticed was that there was a super loud sound of running water behind me all the time. The pipes in the building didn't work at all, so water shouldn't have been going through them. It also wasn't raining or anything. I never figured out what that sound was. The other thing that happened a lot in that building was our technology stopped working a lot. Our lights and sounds that we were using would randomly stop all of the time, but it wasn't like it was a total power outage or anything. It was just our strobe lights and our speakers. There were also a couple of nights where I would take my phone out of the box that all the actors put their phones in, and my phone would go all wacky. It's been years at this point, so I don't remember all the details, but when I turned my phone on, it was some sort of black-blue screen with colored or white text that covered the entire screen. I was able to fix it, but it was weird that it only ever happened there. That's all I remember at the time. But if anyone asks questions, I'm willing to answer them. Yesterday, my mom told me about something that happened to her at work. Like myself, she's always been a huge skeptic, but this has freaked us both out. We can't explain it, so I'm curious if anyone else can. Mom works at a pharmacy with a colleague who is also a skeptic, but has an interest in the paranormal. She told my mom that she went to a cemetery with one of her friends, and despite being the only one there, they heard a woman humming. They assumed someone was crouched behind a grave. They looked around and eventually found where the sound seemed to originate. But nobody was there. They checked their phones just in case, but they still couldn't explain it. A little freaked out now, they went to a nearby pub to grab some food. As they were chatting, they both went silent at the same time and froze at the sound of humming. They finished eating and eventually parted ways to return home. Later that night, Mom's colleague called, and she was in hysterics. She cried. She said that she'd heard the humming in her house. Mom reassured her that it was nothing. She was probably just hearing things. But after the call, she went to bed and heard the humming again. The next morning at work, she told my mom. But my mom just brushed it off as a story. Then she walked down the upstairs hallway and heard a female humming right behind her. It only lasted a few seconds, and thinking it was a joke, she turned to laugh at her colleague, only no one was there. Her colleague was still in the room at the other end of the hall, and nobody else was on that floor. There's no PA system, and she didn't even have her phone. I've never seen my mom look so freaked out. She's usually a very straight-laced person who tries to debunk everything paranormal. For as long as I can remember, I've never been able to escape the paranormal. Whether it be the television turning itself off at night as a child, or imaginary friends my older sister and I could both see for years. I've grown to become almost desensitized to anything out of the ordinary. Out of all the things that have come in and out of my current home, There's one being that's been there for as long as I can remember, and quite the odd one at that. For simplicity's sake, I'll just refer to him as Old Man. He's often heard walking throughout the basement, mostly in the spare living room that connects to another spare room. He's not spoken a word to any of us, but he really seems to dislike my mother's best friend, as when she lived with us for a short while, he'd bang on the laundry room walls when she was alone in there, and she'd swear up and down that he'd told her to get out. Nobody else had ever been told the same. Typically, the most that we would get was a whisper calling our names. And who knows if that was even him in the first place. So this was always perplexing to me. Personally, I think the Old Man is all right. He's been docile with my family, never moves things or bugs any of us. I've only seen him briefly here and there, but the description I have of him, it matches what everyone else in the house has seen of him. And everyone, except my mom's friend, can pretty much agree that he's harmless. When my room was in that spare room connected to the basement's living room, I'd often come home to an empty house after school and crash for a couple of hours while waiting for anyone else to come home. Sometimes I'd be so tired from staying up too late and having to get up so early that I'd fall asleep with the lights on. And in those cases, I'd wake up 90% of the time with the lights having been turned off for me. Nobody in my family ever admitted to doing it. And my parents really wouldn't have been the type to turn the lights off for me to sleep, since they found my messed up sleeping cycle and daily naps to be frustrating. With both of my siblings being gone most of the time around then, it was also unlikely that they'd lie about doing that for me. So I can only assume that it was the Old Man who had helped me out with the lights. I've always wondered if perhaps he's some sort of guardian. Yet the way he acted towards my mom's friend contradicts that, since she's by no means a bad person or deserving of that. Though I can't even say for certain that it was the Old Man who did any of that, since she never saw him when the walls were being banged on. I wonder how many of you have had similar experiences with a being acting hostile to some while docile towards others. I wanted to share something I experienced a few years ago in my previous apartment. I'm sure that place was haunted. Many weird things happened, and despite my best efforts, I couldn't discern any rational explanations. I won't make a list of everything that happened. A lot of it was just common paranormal stuff like feelings of being watched, things moving around, and random footsteps, the stuff we've all heard before. Today I want to talk about the weirdest thing that happened. I've loved paranormal stories for years, and I've read thousands, but I've never heard any that compare to my own. In my bedroom, a light would sometimes appear high up on the wall, just behind my bed. But there was no source. It wasn't a lamp reflection or the moon. It's like the light was in the wall. It's really hard to explain. It was a pale phosphorescent white and shaped like a rectangle. I noticed it in the first days of living there, and I thought the previous owners had left behind a child's nightlight. But nothing was there. The wall looked completely normal. One night, I showed my mom, but she only brushed it off. It wasn't every night either. Sometimes it was 2 or 3 nights in a row. Then there would be nothing for a few weeks. I used to be too afraid to look at it while lying in bed. It normally appeared 5 minutes after turning off the lights, and it would stay for hours. If I woke up in the night, it was usually gone. One day, I tried covering it with a poster, but that shit moved just next to it. Have you ever experienced anything similar? I've never had a clue what it was. There wasn't anything in the room. I checked many times. I don't have any pictures. It happened before phones were capable of being good cameras. Plus, I was slightly in denial. I've just had the worst Christmas of my life. I'd like to forget the whole week entirely. Growing up, I didn't have a close relationship with my father. His job kept him away, and things only got worse at age 10 when he divorced my mom. It was rocky between us until I turned 16 and got my license. That's when I started seeing him more often, and we became closer. By the time I was 18, we were going on hunting and fishing trips, and that's when I learned Mom hadn't been completely honest about Dad. Several years before the divorce, they bought an old farmhouse for a very good price, and my dad remodeled it over the years. It was nice, but there was always a feeling that something wasn't quite right. As a child, I would get the creeps. I refused to go into the cellar. It scared the hell out of me. Years later, I learned why they got the house at such a good price. The previous owners were an elderly couple that had lost their only son. He had been sent to Vietnam, and after returning home, things became too much for the poor guy. He shot himself in the cellar. 2 years ago, Dad and I had a falling out. We weren't speaking for a while. We were both being stupid, but I eventually began working up the courage to stop by and knock on his door. The problem was that he developed some mental issues with his old age, so he didn't always remember who people were. Plus, he had a history of coming to the door with a gun. On December 22nd, 2022, I decided to finally man up and put an end to the madness. For this next part, you'll need to know that he remarried and he had a daughter back in 1989. I never had a relationship with them, but I always thought my stepmom was a good person. As I drove to his house, something felt heavy and oppressively dark, but I thought it was just my nerves. Then the house came into view, and I got a really bad feeling. There were no cars in the driveway. Everything looked abandoned. When I knocked on the door, there was no response, but I felt like someone was watching. I walked around the patio doors, where I was able to look inside, and my stomach fell out of me. It was empty. The interior entirely gutted. I got inside and took a video to document the conditions, and that's when I realized my father was dead. I could hear a voice saying I was too late. Of course, I was totally devastated and half out of my mind. I went through the entire house until I finally found myself at the cellar steps. Under any other circumstances, I would have never gone down there, especially not when I was alone and nobody knew where I was. But it felt like something was pulling me into the darkness. The electricity had been shut off, and my phone was the only source of light. I started down the steps, and I wasn't even afraid until I reached the bottom and turned left. Something hit me so hard that I had to gasp for air just to get it into my lungs. My fear instantly shot from 0 to 10, and on the phone, I saw several bright orbs coming at me. They stopped directly in front of me for several seconds before shooting off into the darkness. After that, more solid orbs and anomalies began swarming me. There was no open doors or windows or fans, but it was colder inside than outside, which was 30 degrees. I heard whispers that made me think someone had walked into the house, and I confronted whatever was in the cellar. It responded with a very loud banging, at which point I decided to go back upstairs. The banging continued, so I yelled that I wasn't afraid anymore and that I would be back. I went outside and the new owner pulled up. He'd taken possession of the house from my stepmom on December 8th, and this stranger was kind enough to inform me that my father died of cancer several months prior. My stepmom didn't tell anyone, not even his own sisters. She sold everything he owned before selling the house, and now she's just gone, along with her daughter. The realtor said she refused to put a for sale sign on the property. I think whatever is in that house harassed my father and influenced many of the events that took place. Since being in there, things have started happening at my house, so I'm trying to document everything. 3 years ago, 2 different psychics said that I have an attachment from my childhood home. They felt it had influenced or tried to influence someone to take their own life, and they were absolutely correct. I have a close friend who's more like a brother than my actual brothers. We're a lot alike and vastly different, yet we fit together very well. I'm religious, yet he's agnostic. I'm open to the existence of spirits, but he doesn't believe in that stuff. He's always been skeptical of ghosts, haunted places, karma, mediums, tarot cards, astrology. Well, you get the picture. I, on the other hand, think hauntings could be evil spirits, but I won't go into that too much. My friend and we had a long conversation about different things when it comes to this stuff. He doesn't believe in anything that he can't see with his own eyes, and he teases me about different things, like the time I went on a ghost tour, or when I visited the Winchester House in Gettysburg. One day, he came over to meet with me, and he looked very serious, almost distressed. I thought that there had been an accident, and that someone had died, but instead, he proceeded to explain what happened while home alone with his young daughter. His wife had taken their older child shopping. It was getting late, nearly 8 o'clock, so he got his daughter ready for bed. No one else was home. Their house was an older rental property, maybe from the 30s. It was small, but it sat on a big lot. And it was very dark, had a huge tree blocking most of the sunlight. While his daughter was taking a bath, he was laying out her pajamas and getting a towel ready when he saw a woman walking down the hallway. He described her as having long black hair, like his wife, wearing a red top. Assuming it was his wife, he called out to her, but she didn't answer. Confused, he poked his head into the hallway, expecting to see their bedroom light turned on, but it was as dark as the hallway. He called out again, but there was still no response. He went into the bedroom, turned on the light, and he felt a shiver run down his spine, like an irrational fear. Then he hurried back to his daughter and told her to finish up. He kept looking for the woman. The front and the back doors were locked. Outside, his car was the only one in the driveway. His wife definitely hadn't returned. He grabbed a hammer, started searching room to room, but he found nothing. He called his wife, and she was still a target. So he took his daughter to her room and went around turning off every light. When his wife came home, he pulled her aside and told her about the lady. Like myself, she also believes in ghosts and said, "Yeah, I didn't want to tell you, but I know this house is haunted." My friend was so unraveled that he fixed himself a straight bourbon, drank it in one gulp, and then stayed up the entire night, expecting to see that woman again. Been a while since I shared this story. Background: I worked as an off-shift IT guy in a 24/7 federal building while trying to finish college. My shift, 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. I can't say too much, but it used to be many things. like a sanitarium, a hospital, very popular in the 1800s. It had its own underground network of tunnels to move supplies and bodies in and out of the building, train station, cemeteries. During my shift, I worked in 2 physical locations, the call center area and a secure communications room. The most frightening times I had was when I worked in the building's sub-basement. It used to be the building's morgue, but was now the exclusively secure communications room. Since it's 24/7, the lights stay on in that communications room at all times. There's always someone required to be in the room. Didn't matter if it felt like you were being watched anyway. Also, no one was allowed to be in that room alone. Our customers who we support made sure that one of us was in there with them while working. Minimum staffing in that room was 3 people during the day. At night, my shift, 2. Anyway, my story specifically was, as I was wrapping up my homework thesis, I heard a noise, like something heavy being dragged on the other side or opposite of my cubicle. I called my friend over. He heard it too. My cube wall is pretty long, but in the few minutes for my friend to come over, we both heard it for about 5 to 7 minutes. We asked each other if there was anyone else in our secure area, or if any last-minute work was scheduled. Nope. We made the choice to investigate the noise in the area. Nope, nothing. Room doors still locked. No one else but us entered or was present. Took a smoke break and left, just to not run away screaming. People would complain that when they used the common restroom, someone would tug at their clothing while they were in there. It would always freak them out. The worst parts for me would be when I had to walk this huge Gothic building at night and in the dark and manually update computers. The security guards would make their rounds and shut off all of the lights in the areas not used, and I'd go and turn them all on when I did my rounds. Anyway, I'd see and hear things. Shadows appear when I turned on the lights and murmurs at specific places. During the day, when it's sunny, heavily populated, lots of people, you don't notice anything odd. At night, and it's just you and the other guy, hearing noises and seeing things, it's scary as hell. The building is still occupied. I'm told those areas are no longer available or accessed. They're now used for storage only. I am a professional paranormal researcher with over 40 years' experience. I hold many degrees and certificates that aid in my research. Some are strictly paranormal, while others are more general. This is a true story about when I was being oppressed by a demon, how it felt, and what I did to resolve it. I am a non-denominational Christian, paranormal believer, pastoral counselor, and minister. These are my beliefs, and only included to provide a basis for the ideas that I express here. I started having trouble with sleeping, emotional outbursts, severe mood swings, feeling of impending doom. This went on for 2 weeks before I took action. I believed it was related to my many health issues. My doctor ordered blood work, various tests. They all came back normal. Within 6 weeks, I'd exhausted all of my personal resources to address this issue. I didn't immediately assume it was paranormal, but I attempted to intervene with my spiritual beliefs and practices. This did provide some relief, but it only lasted a couple of hours to a few days. Eventually, I sought the help of another minister. He wanted to perform a minor exorcism to see what effect it might have. I'm very lucky to have another professional available, especially one that I have a personal relationship with. His familiarity with me validated his concerns and gave him the confidence to proceed much faster than the process normally allows. During the exorcism, the demon identified itself by name. It stated that God gave it the authority to afflict me, and that I have invited it by punishing myself. I have no memory of this, but it spoke using my voice. It was cast out in the name of Jesus, and we followed his protocol for these types of situations. Once it was over, I felt immediate relief. My friend questioned me extensively on how I may have been punishing myself. It was very hard to admit, especially with my position as a pastoral counselor, that I had a lot of guilt for things that happened in my life. Some were things that I had done, while others were things done to me. For several weeks, he counseled me to help me deal with these issues, so this wouldn't happen again. As a result of this whole experience, I have questions. This was a demon, and though it was oppressing me, it seemed that it was for my own good. I've seen this happen when helping other people, but is this the norm? Is this the mind part of the spirit? I've seen entities carry mental afflictions that they had in life. Should there be more of an investigation from a parapsychological point of view in all of these cases? I appreciate any input and thoughts. A few years ago, my ex and I were 8 years into our relationship and still living in a small Manhattan apartment. We were having serious relationship issues and separated a few months later. But we were together long enough for her to know weird shit happens around me. For a span of 4 or 5 months, the paranormal activity was so out of hand that I started documenting it. But unfortunately, I no longer have the evidence. We were experiencing new occurrences almost daily. There were strange noises. Things fell over when no one was near them. Doors opened by themselves. And occasionally, we saw white or black orbs. The orbs flew around insanely fast, and they often vanished through a wall. But there was one thing in particular that really pushed me to document everything. We had all of our gaming systems on one TV, but I ran out of PS3 and Wii games at the time. Normally, we only used the Xbox, but that was mostly just to play music through our phones or watch anime. But we also had a Kinect that was always on. One day, we were listening to music when we noticed the Kinect screen registering 3 people in the room. But we were the only 2 home. It was also impossible for a person to be where it indicated. We had bunk beds in that spot, and a huge pile of clothes was covering the top bunk. Yet the Xbox showed someone standing inside the bed and clothes, not on top of them. We reset the Xbox thinking it was a glitch, but it still showed a third person in the same spot. After that, we started turning on the Xbox every day just to see if it was there. Sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't. But when it was, it would either stand still, wave to us, or move in a way that resembled dancing. Knowing no one would ever believe me without proof, I recorded a few short videos. On another day, we were listening to music and playing cards when the music suddenly stopped for no reason. Confused, we looked up to see the voice command had been activated, but neither of us had said anything. That's when I started a log in my notepad app. I wrote down everything I could remember and when it happened to us. In total, I had about 2 months worth of entries, but nothing happened for the next 2 days. Then, on the 3rd day, I heard someone in the bathroom, but no one was inside. I noted this in the log, and just as I hit the save button, the phone was pulled out of my hand. Startled, I picked up the phone and made an entry for that as well. After using the bathroom, I went back to playing Assassin's Creed. I sat down, grabbed the controller, and placed my phone on the bed. I got a text right after, so I sent a quick reply and put the phone back in the same spot. A few minutes later, I was bored with the game, and I asked my girlfriend if she wanted to go out for dinner. She did, so we began getting ready to leave. I changed pants and immediately went to grab my phone, but it was gone. Like myself, my girlfriend, hadn't seen it since I set it on the bed. I went on a rampage checking the entire room over and over. I was just so confused as to where it could have gone. I even stripped off all of the bed's blankets and shook them out, but I still didn't find it. I gave up for the time being and decided to finish getting dressed. Just as I went to put on my scarf, I looked down to see my phone on the bed, in the exact same spot I originally left it. I asked my girlfriend where she found it, but she hadn't touched it. She thought I had found it. There was no explanation. In the end, I simply put it in my pocket and went to dinner. A month later, it disappeared again. Only that time, I never found it. This story happened about 2 months ago. My parents decided it would be a good idea to allow my younger sister and I to shop for our own clothes. They thought it would be a good experience for us. So we went to the mall. My parents gave us enough money to purchase at least one outfit. After deciding where we would meet up, they gave us a time limit and some advice on which shops to visit. I was fairly apprehensive about the whole thing. I'm a socially awkward, extremely anxious teen, and I was very paranoid of something bad happening. My sister, who's only a few years younger, was excited. She was more competent with social interactions, so I often relied on that ability. We decided to go to H&M since we were most familiar with their clothes. We took our time, ultimately deciding to return later. When we left the store, I accidentally made eye contact with a random guy who was walking off to the right, and I immediately got a really bad feeling about him. I can't really explain it, but my gut was telling me to get out of there. I started pulling my sister in the opposite direction and noticed the guy turning back towards us. I began panicking, and my sister finally noticed what was happening. I told her to keep holding my hand and quickly started walking in random patterns between the different sides of the mall. I wanted to see if he was really following us and if I could lose him. He followed our every move. He had no bags, no walkie-talkie, no phone. He was dressed in dark clothes that obscured his identity quite well. Luckily, we managed to reach the escalator, ran down the steps. By the time he reached it, we were already running into a family store to be around the employees. We didn't see the guy again, and my parents stayed with us for the remainder of the visit. I'm extremely lucky to have noticed before my sister and I were possibly hurt. When I was in the 8th grade, back in 2015, I lived at Fort Carson, a military post in Colorado. The house we lived in was pretty normal for military housing. Nothing really felt strange or creepy about the house itself. It was just your regular 4-bedroom home in a small neighborhood of identical houses. I had already lived there for a few years and had nothing out of the ordinary happen, and my family, if they did experience anything, they never told me, except my younger brother. My brother is the youngest out of me and my siblings and was only 4 at the time, So whenever he would talk about things that scared him at night, a lot of the time I just assumed it was his imagination. A year before we moved out of the house, my brother would often wake up in the middle of the night and scream and cry as if he was being hurt. First time it ever happened, the whole house ran to his room to see what was wrong, but he was just in his bed, pointing at the door, screaming. He said that he saw a monster in the doorway. At first, we all thought that he had just had a bad dream or a really active imagination. However, almost every week after that, at least once or twice, he would wake up and do the same thing. I've always had a huge interest in things that are paranormal or strange, so after a while I became curious to see if he was really seeing something. One night, in the middle of summer, while I was playing Battlefield 4 with some friends, I got up and I went downstairs for a snack run. When I returned to my bedroom, I thought about what my brother would say about his doorway. Me and my siblings had our bedrooms on the second floor of the house. My room was directly across from the stairs, and to the left of my door was a long hallway with a bathroom between mine and my sister's room. Then, my brother's room at the end. Before I sat back down to continue playing, I decided to check on him, look down the hallway to his room. Standing in his doorway was a tall figure that almost didn't fit in the doorway. The top of its spine was pushed against the top, and I could only see the bottom half of its head. It had pale skin and backwards legs, like a goat, except they were human legs. It was facing the inside of my brother's room, towards his bed. I stared for a few seconds before I went back into my room and shut the door. What I'd seen shook me up a bit, but I reassured myself that I was probably seeing things, as all day I'd been watching ghost videos and listening to creepypastas. So I decided to take another look. I wish I didn't. This time, the thing was facing down the hallway, staring back at me. Its face had almost no features, except for dark holes for eyes, and its arms hung almost all the way to the floor. I froze and immediately felt sick. And after what felt like an eternity, I pulled my head back into my bedroom and shut and locked the door. My brother didn't wake up that night, and he later would be afraid of my bedroom too, even during the day. I never left my room at night until we moved out of that house, and I didn't tell anyone about it for a few years. I still think about it from time to time, but often doubt if I really saw what I had seen. Any of you have any similar encounters? Once while on holiday, I visited a place known as Bodmin Jail, which is known to be a very haunted prison. It was built a long time ago, and I actually felt the presence of spirits there. So did my mom and siblings. I know this is a short story, but as a fun bonus fact, they're turning the jail into an actual hotel. A lot of people died there. Why would anyone think that that's even a slightly good idea? My mom said that she was going to do something before we left to ensure that no spirits followed us home, but she never actually did it. Then, back at home, I started feeling like there was something in my bathtub. I'm pretty sure the spirit ended up attaching itself to me, and now taken residence in my bathroom. Every summer, my family and I venture north for several weeks, as do most other families in my state. The town we visited was not far from another sprawling town on a lake. Despite my overall disdain for most traffic and people, the area was pleasant most of the time. Additionally, 2 friends of mine also visited the area, and we would meet with each other at least 2 or 3 days out of the 2 weeks I was there. The names of my friends are Osai and Jack. We're all the same age, and we live in the same town back home, so we know one another quite well. Anyway, one evening when I rode my bike over to the general store where we would all meet, only Jack was there. For context, Jack is always 5 to 10 minutes late, and Osai was always there at least 20 minutes before me, seeing as though he could just walk from where his family's cabin was to the store. So this took me slightly by surprise. I asked Jack, "Where's Osai?" And he said, "Didn't you get the message? He said he found something and was going to take a while before he got back." I was confused when he had stated this, as I didn't remember getting a message from our group chat. But sure enough, when I opened my messages, there was one that wasn't open. The message read something along the lines of, "I'm going to be a little late. I found something really cool." So me and Jack waited for about an hour in front of the store, just waiting for Osai. And he finally shows up, but he didn't have his bike, which I found downright weird, seeing as though he cherished that thing. Before we could say anything to Osai, he immediately said, "You guys have to check out this building I found. Come on, let's go." I asked him where his bike was, and he just responded with, "It's back at my cabin. You'll probably want to leave your bikes here if you want to get to the place I found." So we obliged. We chained up our bikes to a lamppost. We followed Osai down the main road until we came up to a gravel side street with a no outlet sign. Osai pointed to the gravel road and said, "Down here. It's going to be past the end of the road, so expect some hiking." When we came into the gravel road, I noticed nearly instantly that there were very few homes on this road, which was bizarre for such a well-populated area at the time of year that we were visiting. About a quarter of a way down this decrepit and unkept road, at least by Osai's measurement, Jack asked what this building was that Osai had found, and Osai responded by saying it was an abandoned and odd-looking gray brick building with a metal roof shaped like a half circle, similar to a greenhouse. I asked if he entered the building yet, and Osai said that he tried the front door, but it got stuck on something. After Osai had said this, Jack asked if Osai knew for certain that this building was abandoned. Osai responded by saying that some of the windows were broken and the entire back end of the house next to it was destroyed. After Osai had mentioned this, we all agreed that if we can get into this facility, we can make it a hideout where Osai and Jack could smoke, seeing as though I don't, but I thought it would be fun to have that sort of thing, nonetheless. After about another hour of walking, we finally reached the end of the road. At this point, it was 7 o'clock in the evening, and it was becoming noticeably darker under the canopy of trees on this essentially destitute road, so I was beginning to have second thoughts. But I kept my mouth shut because Osai wasn't the best person to argue with, if you catch my meaning. So we proceeded into the woods for what I guess was about a mile, when we stumbled into a clearing with a big bungalow-style house, and the building that Osai described to us to the left of it. We waited for, give or take, 3 minutes to see if the coast was clear, and then we made our way to the building. Osai's discernment almost precisely fit the appearance of the facility. It was roughly 10 feet tall, with a curved roof, made from sheet steel, not unlike you'd find on barns or utility sheds. Osai was now excited, and when he went up to the door, he motioned for us to help him open it. So that's just what we did, and to this day, I regret ever going anywhere near that clearing. We opened the door with relative ease, but what came next was completely unexpected. Something fell from the table blocking the door, and it sounded vaguely wet, and when Osai had shined his flashlight in the general direction of where the sound had occurred, we saw, and I'm not joking, a severed alligator head with strings of flesh and muscle still attached to it. At about this time, the smell of the interior hit all of us, and I vomited, with Osai and Jack proceeding to gag. Mind you, We were in a place nowhere near a natural habitat for alligators. About 1,000 miles to be more exact. So this was beyond weird, to just find the head of one laying in a building on the other side of the continent. Osai, being as stubborn as ever, shined his light even further into the building, and all we saw were pieces of various reptiles all over the place. We had also seen syringes and vats on a long table, along with blood smeared across most of the surfaces that were covered with a multitude of reptile parts. At that moment, we opted to get out of there. Jack whispered, "What the f—" At this, Osai and I turned to where Jack was looking and found that one of the lights was on in one of the downstairs rooms of this seemingly abandoned house, and someone was walking to the front door. What looked to be a man stepped out and issued a nearly deafening scream that sent us running through the woods back to the road. None of us mentioned what happened to our parents. It's been 5 years since this ensued, and not a day has passed where I don't think about it. It was raining. An ambulance's approach can be heard just beyond the hill in the distance. I'm no longer sitting in my driveway, listening to the Vikings game on the radio. I'm no longer in my car at all. An inhale brings the cold air into my lungs, piercing the warmth they once held. Exhaled in a fog in front of me. As if waking from a dream, my conscious senses begin to construct the reality around me. A quick glance down reveals that I'm now standing on the ledge of a bridge. The waters below travel at an unforgiving pace. A dark, raging current witnessed from what is surely a perishable height. Shock and terror propel me backward. My legs react before my brain, and I desperately cling onto the metal light pole that shared the small ledge with me. Tight in my embrace, I notice that I'm not alone. On the bridge, standing in the road, I locked eyes with a young man. He's in distress, holding a cell phone up to his ear and pleading with someone not to jump. I realize his requests are directed towards me. And suddenly the darkness around us is extinguished by the arrival of ambulance lights. Behind the ambulance is a cop car. The officer leaps out of his vehicle and runs towards me, telling me to hold on. When they help me back over the steel bridge rail, I'm led to the back of the ambulance where they take my vitals, and the cop asks what I was doing up there. I didn't know. I didn't know how I got up there. I didn't know where I was, and my car was nowhere to be found. But I told him everything that I could remember, including that the last place I saw my car was in my driveway. I accept the ambulance ride to the local hospital where they can do some tests on me. As we walk in, I see that it's almost 4 a.m. Earlier that day, or more accurately, the day prior, I dropped my partner off at the airport. I didn't want to alarm her just before she got on a plane, but I had a mini heart attack on the freeway while driving us there. The steering wheel fell through the fingers of my left hand, but I held on with my right. After a series of violent palpitations, somehow, by the grace of God, my heart rate started to calm down. We make it to the airport and say our goodbyes. As the sliding glass consumed our final gaze, I felt my heart start to act up again. A horse in my chest, spooked from the trot of a death gallop. In anticipation for the pain to grow, I quickened my steps to get back in the car and scrambled for my heart medication in the glove box. It's the music of a dead man, I thought, while the pills dance and crash into the orange walls of the bottle, like maracas as my shaking hands try to steady the beat. With a few drops of moisture found in a Gatorade bottle under the seat, I managed to swallow the 2 pills. Then I sat in the airport parking garage and turned on the Vikings game for a while, until I felt confident to drive again. When the first quarter ended, I began my trip home. During the drive, I decided to get some McDonald's. I take the exit ramp, but then I have to look again because it seems somehow I'm merging back onto the freeway. The cars behind me are honking, and I hastily merge back onto the freeway, thinking what happened could be blamed on an absent-minded distraction. Like when you walk into a room and forget what you were there for. I'll just get food closer to home, I thought. And that's when I saw the McDonald's bag sitting in my passenger seat. The hunger pains I'd previously felt have manifested into sharp jabs of fear and doubt. The sensation is breathtaking. I hit the hazards and pull off to the shoulder, and I dig inside the bag for a receipt. If the time on my dashboard was correct, it had been a half-hour difference from when I got my McDonald's to tapping my hazards. But what truly scared me was that there was another bag under the McDonald's. A paper bag with a pack of Mar breads in it. I don't smoke. That receipt unsettlingly reads just shy of 10 minutes to the dash. The truest confusion draws tears to my eyes, and I sob, parked on the shoulder, as the Vikings game goes into halftime. My partner won't be landing for another hour, and as I contemplate what to do next, it's hard to ignore my paranoia that this could happen again. I know I probably should have just stayed there and called an Uber or a cab. But the expenses involved in letting my car get towed consciously pushed me back onto the road. By the end of the third, I'm about to reach the exit into town, 4 miles away. Looking down at my hands, I'm shaking again. But vibrating through the shakes, water droplets start forming on the back of my hands. The car isn't hot. I don't feel hot, but I start to feel the dampness of my hands begin to transfer throughout my body. Drops of cold water race from the nape of my neck down my spine. I think I'm having a profound cold sweat. The sweat begins to get in my eyes, and it makes the steering wheel hard to grip. I hear an ambulance climbing the rows of traffic behind me. My car is in the lane it will be obstructing soon. The lane next to me opens up and I grab the wheel as steady as I can and begin to get over. Using extra caution, I look back and then forward. What was originally in front of me was a silver Mazda. Then, in the blink of an eye, an entirely different car. Maroon Chevy Tahoe. On an entirely different street. I'm on my street. In the game, it's almost over. As I rip into my driveway, I put the car in park and I rest my head against the headrest as I contemplate calling an ambulance. A part of me just wants to go inside and go to bed. But it's in that moment that I'm transported to where I started the story. The ledge. From gas pedals beneath my feet to the stone of that ledge. All in the blink of an eye. The officer that night must have felt pity for the state that I was in, because after I was shipped off to the hospital, they did a sweep from the bridge back to my address, looking for my car. The officer showed up at the hospital and he says that they'd located it, telling me that it was indeed parked in my driveway. He looked a little concerned as he continued on, telling me that the keys were still in the ignition and that my phone was on the front seat and my front door was wide open. They walked inside, but nothing looked burglarized. All of my electronics were still plugged in, and my wallet was even on the living room table. The officer takes it out of his pocket and gently tosses the worn leather, along with my keys, onto the metal tray beside my hospital bed. They were kind enough to lock everything up and bring my things to the hospital. But they weren't about to let me get back on the road after everything I just told them. The next couple of hours, I was almost wishing to black out, as inconclusive test after inconclusive test was read to me by a training physician. And as much as I wanted to safely stay in the confines of my hospital room under the watchful eye of medical professionals, it was made pretty clear to me that staying wasn't going to be an option. At this time, there was nothing more they could do for me. Call us if you experience another episode, were the last words spoken to me at the ER. Well, actually, I did hear from the receptionist, "Okay, be outside in 5 minutes," as she confirmed that she'd called a cab for me. Once again, I was utterly alone in the world. My cell phone was dead, but at least back in my possession. The whole cab ride home, my eyes rapidly panned from the road to the clock every 30 seconds. Terrified, I'd blink again to find an unfamiliar world around me. And now I had to worry about somebody else being involved. When the cab pulled up to my house, I didn't bother waiting for any type of change. Just tossed the driver some 20s and made my way to the front door, which was still closed and thankfully not wide open. Entering the house, I noticed immediately it's permeated with the thick smell of cigarette smoke. The Marlboros that were previously on my passenger seat are now laying on the floor of my living room. 4 smokes are missing from the pack. My loathing for the moment turns into spiteful determination to figure out this puzzle of mind and body. When my phone turns back on, tons of voicemail notifications and text messages start filling up my notification bar. While it's still vibrating, I call my wife and I tell her everything up to that point. She reacts exactly how I expect her to, probably exactly how any loving partner would. She tells me that she's finding a flight to take out tomorrow, to stay home, and that she'll get a ride back. Unfortunately, since then, this has not been an isolated incident. Though I don't have many more answers, I've been prescribed medications and keep going through different tests. Right now, I'm on a medication called Namenda. It's supposed to help with cognitive short-term memory loss. And Midrodin, which is supposed to help with the blackout part. I'm lucky to have married the most patient woman on the planet. She's become my record keeper of the day-to-day. She's also trained herself to look for signs that I may be stumbling into a mental void. The part I find really unsettling, and we haven't been able to get many answers on, is the fact that when I go through these blackouts or episodes, my wife says my personality changes. She says the person that she's talking to is no longer me. From my voice, my mannerisms, everything just sort of changes. I know it scares her just as much as it does me. If I'm honest, I'm nervous that this is my life now, that this is the outlook for the rest of my marriage. I feel like the solitude of my soul has been pulled away somehow. Does this kind of thing sound familiar to anyone? Has anyone experienced something remotely like this? The time slips, the changes in personality with no sign of brain injury or psychological disorder. Maybe you know someone who's had this happen to them. I'm losing hope, so casting a wider net, thinking maybe I'll gain some. I wouldn't have bothered writing this story if I hadn't already exhausted every other outlet in existence. So, here's my shot in the dark that someone, somewhere out there, we'll be able to empathize, maybe give advice on, I guess, just surviving. Anyway, thanks for listening.